Your intro line?
If I'm actually can see the broadcast being put out live. Oh God! Hello, acolytes and initiates. I always feel weird when I
Good
say
morning,
that.
kits and pups.
I always feel weird when I say it. I
You're
know I
welcome.
chose it.
Imagine that they are here and they have a glass of punch in their hand and they're willing to drink the punch and you're welcoming them.
I still feel weird when I say it. Anyway, offline, me and Yuki did a few things. Nothing major, just cleared a few old dungeons that we never went through and went through some character quests that we've been neglecting. Right now, I'm trying to kill Bike. I've failed many times, so I'm going to give it a couple more tries since I'm live before I decide to do other stuff. Because he is tough
Do some
for
co-op
me.
stuff. Oh, you can't even use your spirit summons because you're in a
Nope.
for jail, right?
You can do nothing. You can do nothing in this place. It is. It's just a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Okay, I'm rebirthing and I'm losing all of my faith. I have lost all faith in the world. At least on this character. Should I keep a little faith? Because well, I don't know what I'd even use it for. No. Oh, that's hilarious. Literally, all I did was take out my faith and put it in int, and now I have dexterity 69 and int 69. Let's go. That Moonveil's gonna be cracked AF on this character. Do I have anything particularly we're going for right now? Did you give this stream a particular title? Is it just killing Vike or something?
Oh, I know. I gave it a title. Very vague at the very least.
A vague title for a grand stream. That's unusual. The chest in Renala's room is still locked.
Yeah, you need to get to that point in Ronnie's quest.
Thought I was at that point.
Did you kill the fake Bly?
No.
Then no, you're not.
Oh, okay. If you say so. I totally know what's going on, guys. I'm not unaware.
He's totally not a
Okay.
player.
I wonder what that is up there. North of the shaded castle in the water there, you see like what looks like a rock in what looks like, I don't know, a whirlpool or something. I'm doing the Archon quest because I'm really trying to get enough.
Wait, are you talking about Genshin? What are you talking?
Yep.
What are you talking about now?
Well, there's like a landmass in what could be a whirlpool zone. It looks like it's under the water, lower than the water level or something. And that just reminds me of this fight with a boss I had in Genshin while doing the Archon quest. Because I'm doing the Archon quest, trying to power through. I didn't even get one freaking. They give you actual like whole rolls rather than like 20
No!
freaking
No!
singles. But
No! No! No!
I
No!
didn't even get to the point of getting one, and I spent like an entire evening. I really need to get go before she is no longer in the running. How do I get all that? There's content I haven't reached yet. Palette tree, I'm sure. Well, not content, but at least items. You know, cool loot. I'm hoping that I don't have to kill Alliance for
Yes!
all the
I
quick
got
loot.
him on stream. Oh, thank the Lord. It would have been embarrassing if
First
I didn't.
try?
Oh God. Hey, Johan is here. Oh, hey, Johan. I finally beat Vike. It
First
took me like
try
10
though.
tries off stream, and I failed until just now. Thank God. Thank me.
First try though. Yeah.
No, screw first try. That bitch was annoying. Oh, I already said I already said it wasn't my first try anyway. Screw him.
It
Oh,
was first try. What are you talking about?
I already said it wasn't. I
You
don't care.
hopped on stream and then you beat him.
I
That's
don't care.
first try.
Screw it. I don't care. Oh, that felt good. That felt so good.
Get away. I guess I
Alright, so
should
they do
go
attack.
have some spells. Decide which spells I'm gonna use now that I have a lot more. I'm already at full number of spell slots, but I'm not making use of like half of them. Pretty sure.
Are you?
Memorize spells.
You only saw me fighting him this time, so it's the first time? Thank you. But still, though, fuck that guy. He is annoying. What did I even get?
Oh, damn. I'm one level from using full moon.
Alright, now I'm gonna go free Blight from his
I
Everjail.
can no longer use my shindig, the black flame.
No.
Um, yeah, we gotta do that, but we also gotta go get a meteor spell that you probably
Which,
can't use for 30 levels, but I can.
how much intelligence does it take?
Oh damn! You know what I didn't realize? Death Rancor takes faith. Even as an int spell, it demands a certain amount of faith. That's wild. That kind of sucks. I didn't save any faith for that.
Oh, he's at where we sent him the first time, that Everjail.
What were you saying there, Grant?
You're going to get Blight. He's in the Everjail that we took him to the first time.
That's only
Who
one
is in
slot.
all
I
these
like that
Everjails?
spell.
Actually, I visit some of them, but I don't actually go into them.
I've seen stars. Is that even likely to hit? Crystal release is likely to hit, but I don't know if it does any sort of worthwhile damage. Terra Magica, maybe? No. Scholar's Shield, maybe?
But who are like? I know there's like Fike and Fly, but who are in the other Everjails? Is there anybody important? Is
Uh,
there anything to get out of them?
there's like, there's Goderic, which is like Godric's stupid little brother or something.
Go
It's
to
literally just Godric. Godfroy, that's it. Is it Godfroy? I don't know. Like Godric's
Oh
stupid brother
yeah,
or
the
something.
graft is they'll go to for the grafted.
Yeah. AoE, use like PvP. Wait, where's... Yeah, it's not particularly
Okay,
useful.
so he's not here.
I
Does
think
that mean
Shattering Crystal would be decent if it hits, but
has
only
he
if it
already gone
like
insane?
hits.
Because I did that part of the Ronnie quest already.
I
Where we
think
walk her
Release
to
is
the
a
place.
less useful AoE than Zim or Ice Storm. Collapsing Stars is good if you want to like zoop somebody off an edge. Gravity Well is good if you want to zoop somebody off an edge and they don't dodge, because Collapsing Stars is maybe a little more useful because, or a little more likely to hit at least. Yeah, I guess I'm good until we finally get Meteor, which I think also takes at least 2 spell slots. Kinda running out of spell slots here all because I
Yep,
used
he's gone
these things.
insane.
Are you kidding me? It takes 10 faith to use Magma Shot? Well, I don't have Magma Shot anymore. I'm gonna put Loretta's Great Bow, even though I have Loretta's Mastery. I like Loretta's Mastery, but it does cost more FP.
Then just increase your FP. Oh,
Definitely better. Definitely better in PvP, but I have a lot of spells for PvP. Scars of Ruin, Ambush Shard. Night Comet's actually not PvP. Night Comet is a guaranteed PvE. Because Night Comet is for those stupid enemies that won't stop dodge rolling. Because PvE, they won't see it coming, but PvP, they definitely still see it coming. So, like, hey, that guy is gone. Does the moon require? It requires 2 slots. And 70 faith, which is 1 more faith. Sorry, 70 inch, which is 1 more inch than I currently have.
okay.
Stars of Ruin. Stars of Ruin is at least harder to dodge than Star Shower. And then you can force them into those dodge rolls and then beat them up for it. But it's not really guaranteed.
Oh, rock, huh?
Great Glintstone Shard is... See, Glintstone Comet Shard, I've hit a lot of... Like, when you get groups of small enemies, when all you're trying to do is cut through groups, Glintstone Comet Shard is the shiz. But when you're using it as, you know, the upgraded Glintstone Pebble, and all you're trying to do
Well,
is
actually,
beat somebody up, it can be really problematic because you can never seem to get those hits because they're always, or I mean, you get the hit, but like you burn that FP. And like, if you're only against one big boss one time down, I don't think it does the shards and everything, where like really good. It just hits, moves on, do quick.
okay.
I think I have a build.
Yeah, I fought the
Acceptable
fake
build.
Glide. I forgot that you have to get him out the
I
jail
already
first,
fought the
but he
fake
still
glide.
appears here. But it doesn't matter.
Oh no, I needed 14 whole faith to use Clean Rot Spear, my main spear. It's like my second main spear.
This is why you
Oh,
always check your equipment
devastation.
before you do that nonsense.
Yep. It's one of my main spears, and I think it scales mostly with dexterity anyway, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Ash of War actually scales mostly with faith. Well, that's okay. It's not really, it wasn't necessarily my main spear. I put it in one hand and like Death Ritual in another. I guess I'll just use Death Ritual now for the most part. Death Ritual and a shield is what I'll do. Death Ritual and the same shield we've been using since the beginning of the damn game. That's wild. There's one shield that actually blocks more magic. It blocks less holy, but it blocks more magic. And that is silver, or this one that really suits the dwarf, and that's silver shield. But I don't know, I'm probably just gonna carry on my shield, like I always do. Really don't mind that, so it works. Yeah, I still think that carrying knight's more the thing. Alright, I'm ready when you're ready.
Killing blind.
Oh, okay. You kill Blythe. Then I think we should, oh, I missed. Not an idea.
There we go. Down, donkey.
Then I think we should, after you kill Blythe, I think we should kill, Estelle again, but this time he'll be more difficult. It'll essentially be the exact same as Estelle, but he'll be scaled for Mountaintop of the
Wait,
Giants.
that's a black knight. Wait, is he dead
Pretty
yet?
sure it'll be absolute heck. Is who, EG dead yet?
Yeah, is
Still
he
sad
dead yet?
that EG
I killed Bly. So does that mean he's dead?
I don't know.
How the did you get the
I
game?
hope
Okay,
not. I
EG's
like
still
EG.
alive. Johan just says he can help us now because he's gotten the game and beat it. How did you beat it already if you just got the game?
As walk unthinkable.
Powerhouse
How
to
did
the
he
main
break
story,
free
maybe?
from his soul? Blythe became a curse that plagued Lady Rani. Yet even in madness, gave himself to. I've made a grave misjudgment. I'll catch up with you soon, and when I do,
So weird.
Wait, why is his? I've never seen the red part of his mirror helmet before. It's always been gray before. I've never seen
something
it
else.
that color.
Mirror helmet?
Yeah, I've never seen it that
Which
color.
character?
EG.
It's silver, isn't it?
The cloth underneath it.
Oh. Oh no, I'm not looking at him at the moment. So I couldn't tell you.
No, soon enough. Anyway, Blythe's dead. I got his sword. I got his grip.
Cool.
You got it
cool.
3 days ago, and I already had a build. Okay. And he's dead. Immediately after I speak to him about Blythe, he's already been killed by the Black Knives. Just smoking. Anyway. What was I about to do? Oh. Well, yeah, it's Sullivan's still alive. Yeah, we need to find the real Sullivans. Not the puppet that's in the fucking room.
What are you talking about? He's dead.
The real? What do you mean the real? The real Sullivan?
I'd hope so.
You know, not the one that's in the tower next to Ronnie's, right? The one that's actually hiding in the mansion
In a mansion?
in
What
Karia
mansion?
Manor.
Oh.
Yeah, the Sullivan's in
Karia
the tower.
Manor's on the road to,
Ronnie's Ride. Yeah,
yeah.
that's where the real Sullivan's is. The one in the
Sure he's in
the
Karia Manor and not in his weird, creepy puppet workshop?
that's what I meant. Like, isn't that in Karia Manor?
His puppet workshop is in the it's in the same area as it's actually closer to Ronnie's Rise than it is to Celavis's Rise. His creepy puppet room is just it's
Yeah.
underground in the ruins right next to Ronnie's Rise.
Oh, I got all the
It's just like
Sullivan's
a
stuff.
terrible place to put your secret puppet hideout, if you ask me,
Okay,
right next to somebody's freaking house.
so
It's
where
like
is it again?
it's through an invisible floor in the ruins right next to Ronnie's Rise. If you just mean the puppet room where he keeps all his puppets.
Yeah.
I'm gonna work on that. Makeup. I go back to Renala and do a cosmetics change. Because makeup was supposed to be like black, not like red. I don't know why, like, when you put a black eyeshadow, it comes out red.
You're mixing it wrong.
Detailed appearance. Hair. Eyes. Oh, the eyes themselves are fine. Cosmetics. Yeah, here we go. No, okay, that's eyeliner.
There
Eyeshadow.
it
It
is.
could be a gray, it could be a black, but it always looks red. Deadass, you could pick a blue, and it's got a red hue to it. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah, Pidia. That's his fucking name.
There is no, literally, oh, you have to go up into the light colors. If you go down into the dark colors, there is a natural red tinge to anything you choose. Even if you choose the light colors, if you go to blue, any of the blues, like the dark blues, they're all purple. You go to light blue, and I guess it comes out as an okay blue. But you go to the dark blue, and it's purple. Because they dead ass do not, they have just this deep red that is intrinsically baked into all the eyeshadow. And it's literally, I'm looking at the white, and I think it's to try to make like shades of like white into more of a natural gradient, but is literally, if you look at black, it's just dark red. Any of the dark grays, they're just dark red. And you look at the blues, they're all purple, except like light blues. The greens are
Hmm.
green, the yellows are yellows. But like red can paint half your face, whereas like blue is purple and white is pink and black is dark red. There's no black eyeshadow, which is a damn shame. And even when you go to like the blues, you go to like the darker you make the darker blues, and they become like red. Whereas like there are purples, but there you can even choose like the dark blue, and it's just dead ass red. It puts especially my problem is even for the ones where it's like that's a nice dark purple. I finally almost found black in a dark purple or whatever. But the corner of your eye has to be this bright ass red. It's like I don't want to look like I have an eye infection. I just wanted black eyeshadow. Oh, oh, I found the perfect shade of a dark light blue that actually makes it look like I have gray eyeshadow. And what it is, you go to the section that up top is like cyan. It's not like the one that's teal, which actually comes out green, but you go to cyan, which comes out teal, and you go all the way down that list. And when you get to the bottom two, again, they put the red in the corners, but you get like the second from the bottom isn't terrible, but you go up one more and all the red is gone. That's a dark gray. You go up one more from that and that's a light gray. And then a lighter gray. And then like those are the actual shades of gray. But only up until like you start getting to the top and then it gets into this weird cyan teal look. But yeah, you want gray, you have to be willing to settle for, you want black, you have to be willing to settle for gray, and you have to like look through every freaking color and end up picking this weird shade of blue. Because for some dang reason, they put a bunch of freaking red in it. Well, that's cool. I managed to figure it out. Eyeshadow color lower.
Is this the area?
Eyeshadow color isn't even working, I swear. At least not eyeshadow color lower. Oh, it's because I don't have it turned up. Okay, I turn it all the way up. Weird. So eyeshadow color lower has no problem being whatever color you frickin' choose.
Just look it up. Screw it.
Well, I ended up with a nice look though. It's coming together. Pretty cool.
Hmm.
Oh gosh. Oh no. So I took away the eyeliner and it turns out that the blue is not exactly the perfect solution I
Orcs.
thought it was.
Traditionally, orcs are these hulking
There's a
monsters, these
weird
beasts of war.
amount of green in there. Like I said, because the cyan is turquoise. So without the eyeliner, the eyeshadow just ends up being this weird shade of kind of green. Darker you make it, the more green it is, until it gets all the way to kind of actually black if you make it, or darker, I mean more intense, I guess. It also covers half your freaking face. So I feel like I have to go to adjust color. Yeah, you really get the options of red or green because they messed up the black so bad. It demands that there's red, even if it's a blue. You go down into the blacks of blue, it just becomes red. Don't know why they're doing this. Why did they do this? Okay, on me. Well, do I need an eyeshadow upper? If I just put the eyeliner on so quick that it pretty much becomes everything. I also don't need an eyeshadow lower than, oh, you don't put eyeshadow lower. Kinda loses around in certain places.
Let her, please, I beg
Such
you, cease
too
this
thick eyeliner.
cruelty.
Wow, I couldn't even tell I had turned it down. What the hell? Yeah, I want it to be about 150. That's acceptable, yeah. And if I shadow lower being there, it just rounds it out, softens it up a bit. Eyeshadow upper just kills the look though, so there you go. I think that's a nicer overall look. I thought maybe it was the cheek makeup affecting the eyes. No, that changing the color of that doesn't change a damn thing. What? Ah, might be. Might be. Okay, pretty content with that. What? Um, um, okay, there isn't really a tattoo that represents the stars I can see. Right? Or like I wouldn't know what it looks like because there's Moog's there's the blood, there's the formless mother's trident, there's the Halig tree symbol, there's the Golden Order Elden Ring, there's the writing from the Elden Ring, there's the Erd tree seal, there's something that's obviously Omen, just a bunch of like twisted horns, there's the Frenzied Flame, there's a black knife. I guess the black knife might be the closest you get. I was considering doing like a Halig tree motif. I'm not a faith build, but it just,
No.
or at least,
You have felt the I can smell it on you.
I don't know.
Apparently my seat was a brief going and shut trapped in this suit.
I like the Halig tree.
I can kill you and defile your corpse.
One of the purest things.
Go and unshackle trapped in this sewage. I can ken the pox.
Uh, huh. Yeah, I don't really know. What exactly do for this?
Yes, I was muted. God damn it. I hate it when that does that randomly. I was just seeing what else I needed to do. Right now I'm gonna go hunt down Gold Mask and do his stuff. He's at the
Well,
Coliseum.
that's what I was hoping. But it might
Yuki, you
down
alright over there?
there. Yeah, I'm editing my caricature.
I was about to say, you don't edit shit. What are you talking about?
Rude.
The truth.
I could do some more
Tell
editing
me I'm
there.
lying and I'll apologize.
You're lying.
Okay, tell me I'm lying and then let it not be a lie and then I'll apologize.
Okay, you didn't specify that. Yeesh.
Oh.
Now you're getting specific.
After this, I'm gonna complete. I do plan on playing the DLC. After I complete the game at least once, normally, I may just play it
Well,
again
we're gonna
with a new character for
we're gonna
funsies.
complete the game.
No, but I'm saying I'm gonna probably run the game again in New Game Plus with my current character.
Uh, perhaps 27.
Like I'll probably end up playing a different character again, but I'll also end up playing DLC in New Game Plus with this
That's
character.
Dragon Communion. That is a dragon. That is a curse. That is omen. That is a dragon. That's the headless
Johan,
people.
I've spoken to Yuki about this before, but dragons, even immortal dragons, usually take on aspects of something when they're close to it for too long, like Scarlet Rot or just ice dragons and nonsense. So how come there's no frenzy dragon?
Yet.
I mean, if you can
DLC
take
is
on,
coming, man.
I mean, if you can take on Scarlet Rot, then you can take on frenzy. There's no reason why you can't. I don't mean fight it. I mean like let it be a
DLC's
part of
coming.
you. Yeah, I know, but I'm asking Johan.
Yeah. Oh no. Face paint's covered.
You know, I gotta interact with my viewers somehow.
Yeah. Face paint covers the eyeshadow or the eyeliner. I was hoping to be able to put the face paint under the eyeliner so I could put layers to it, you know.
You're gonna do a whole new character for the DLC? Alright, that's cool. I was thinking of doing that too, but you know. I also want to continue this.
Yeah, are you gonna New Game Plus as soon as you beat the game though? Or?
No. Ooh.
Well, I think that's the angle I have it on too.
Yes, you'll probably just get me running a new character for the first time, unlike you doing it for the 18th time.
Only 4.
That you decided to count.
What are you talking about? It's only 4.
Mm-hmm. Sure it is. I totally believe you.
What do you even mean?
Totally believe this guy. He's on the up and up.
What do you even say?
Well, I mean, like, there's several frenzy villages. I mean, like, think about the tower. That's just projecting frenzy everywhere. Like, if a dragon landed there and got infected with frenzy, you'd think that'd be a problem.
Okay, I think I
I mean, how many dragons just land in the Scarlet Rot and just decide, you know what, I'm gonna chill here for no reason?
couple too many. Oh, did they land there? Or were they there when the eruption happened?
Regardless, they could leave, but they chose not to. Johan says he's probably created 8 or 9 characters playing this game.
Ah.
I almost didn't see that guy. I mean, but still, you think if dragons are like, Fortisax has death blight, and like those who live in death corruption. We have Eatseas, the rock dragon, Borealis, the ice dragon. Like, we even have Grail dying of scarlet rot infection. You'd think we'd be able to see a dragon that has taken on frenzy in one way or another. Like, oh yeah, we have glintstone corrupted dragon.
We do have Glintstone Corrupted Dragon. Curiouser and Curiouser.
Master, whatever is the matter, please, I implore you, continue. Continue your reflections, your rhythms. I must be the one to record them. What matters this issue of Radigan, really? The Erd Tree, heart of the Golden Order, lies before our very eyes. Why must these qualms come to you now? We were on the very cusp. Oh, was that you? I'm a little shaken since the Master ceased his movements. The Master's reflections.
I hate.
Interface.
Height.
Yada yada.
The name of Marika's second husband, King
Invisible
Consort Rahu,
flag.
the Master, his finger has
but it's
remained
just not
still ever
nearly
since Radigan's
as
name.
visible.
Curse my me. The Master only has me.
As if I made this tab white,
Who exactly?
where
The
it
Master, his finger,
becomes
but the
a bit more
why must we
obvious.
were on the.
I'll leave it black. Subtle details are interesting details.
Anyway, where's that fucking statue again?
Medics are good. What are you looking? Oh, that statue. It's remember where you fight the Crucible Knight after you kill the little
Yeah,
ghost.
that one. Next to the stupid
Gold
perfumers.
ghost.
Is there a way to get into the Colosseum? Yes, the front door. Of course there is. Ah, the PvE Colosseum. Yeah. Or PvP. Yeah.
Cosmetics.
Definitely. Yeah. It's one of the ramparts.
85. That's actually better. Eyeliner. Great eyeshadow. Actually, lower
I mean,
eyeshadow.
they were eating
Fine,
mages, so you can't say that, that they weren't, like, you know, had anything to do with it. This is not the right place.
Yeah, I'm pretty content with the edit. Save the look in case something drastically changes my eye color or something again, damn it. Based on this look, it's fine. Finish. Ta-da. There we go. I've made some slight edits. I swear you can't even see it unless you like get up to a wall.
I
That's
completely
cool. I mean,
forget
the
where
the
that side
makeup
of
looks a
fucking
lot
Grace
better,
is.
but
Wait.
the
Oh, right. It's this.
scribbles over the eye are literally impossible to see. Maybe not literally. Gosh, such a subtle detail. Actually, no, I love my character's look. Let's go. I'm built. Ready when you are. Although
I'm
my
Bill.
still ridiculously white. Gonna get killed one day. What the heck? Oh, I see. My foot had disappeared. I'm like, what is going on? It's
Oh,
because the floor in Ronaldo's boss room is so uneven.
I forgot. I didn't even equip Law of Regression. I'm already headed towards the statue. God damn it.
Where do I go to fight Blythe or whatever I gotta do? Continue Ronnie's?
Ronnie's
I guess
Tower
I'll
in
look at the
Carrier
guide.
Manor.
I already talked to her. I'm trying to find Blythe. Oh,
Blythe,
you mean this
if
royal grave Everjail?
if
Behind Karia Manor?
no, if Blythe isn't there yet, then you should go check the Forlorn Everjail at like the bottom of Limgrave.
Forlorn.
I thought you went too far ahead like I did, but no, if you're there, then that means you need to go get him out of prison first. It only gives you dialogue. You can skip it,
I see.
but you know, I still wanted to do it. I like Blythe. He's that.
Interesting.
You want to know something that I don't think people have talked about, or at least I haven't heard that many people talk about? When we put the finger on Ronnie to become her lord, she already has a ring on that same finger. So and Blythe's the only person we know that's close to Ronnie. So did Blythe choose to try to be her lord before he went insane?
If he did, he certainly failed.
Again, you suck. Not too close or too far away.
Are you too close? Too far away?
You had this problem too, where you had to be a certain distance, right?
Yes. Check the signs on the ground. The one that actually talks about the statue, the one that's not like, the one that's not placed there by people, and then that's how far away you have to be, even though it's like the whole distance. You have to be the whole distance away.
Which makes no sense to me for some reason.
That one doesn't. Tangent. Ooh, Ash of War Unsheathed. I can't use it on the Moon Veil because the Moon Veil already has its own Unsheathed.
He was trying to beat us, but we beat him to it. I mean, that's true. I mean, if he didn't suck so bad at his job, we wouldn't have had to take over. Johan, did you know that there's a manga for Elden Ring that's being made?
Oh gosh.
It has berserk level of detailed art, but it is a comedy manga and it is hilarious, especially if you like Elden Ring and its characters like we do. Like, that shit is awesome.
Warren's ring.
Oh, that item's gone.
Oh, I'm so glad I've killed Mogon Main in case, because I don't think I'm gonna push Pain into New Game Plus. I mean, it's the best way to get the ridiculous levels so that my character can carry others. But it would also mean that even places like Limgrave would become somewhat unbearable.
Why? You just clean it up.
You mean clean it up?
What
I
do you
guess I could
mean?
continue level grinding,
What do you
but at a
mean? I mean,
point,
for
like
that?
everything gets fucking soft capped, and then your character becomes that jack of all trades all over again, just to even be viable. And we already know that being a jack of all trades is just less viable.
I don't know that. That's still how I'm deciding to play.
Yeah, it's still less viable. Your damage could be twice as much. Let me just say that. If you dropped Faith, you could double your damage. If you drop Arcane, you could double your damage. If you pick between Strength or Dexterity, you could double your damage. You could very well easily double your damage, and you don't have to spend 10 hours killing a single bird over and over again to do it. Just saying. And the higher your level gets, when it's kill 10 of the bird, kill 20 of the freaking bird, kill 30 or 40 of the bird to get one level. Because I looked at it, and to get my one character to like from like
Oh
80
shit.
to 100, or it was 9 levels. It was to get my character from 90 to 100 cost the same amount of XP as it would cost me to get this character. Like 9 levels on that character was like 3 levels on this. So it's like only 2 levels on this character. So that's part of why creating a whole new character was kind of nice. And you have the ability to respec your character as long as you have silver tiers. Thing is, they are limited, and I don't think there's
Yeah.
something you can drop for your
No.
friends. So, like, to a point, you only get so many retries, and then you got a new game plus, and you still only get so many retries. But
Yes, the masters. And
I
after coming all this.
definitely, I think min-maxing is the play. And I already knew that min-maxing was kind of the play, just because you can double your damage. You can go up to, I think the soft cap for actual
What on
damages
earth did you
is
do to
like
the
80.
master?
The soft
Master's
cap
finger moves again,
for
resuming
your
his
health,
cogitation. More than good
your
enough for
strength,
me.
your health, your
I haven't the
endurance, your all of
words to
that, it
thank you.
tends to be like
So I'd like to
health
pass this on to you instead.
and
A
health
glimpse
might be
into the
60 or
heart of
something.
the Golden
Endurance is
Order.
50 because after you hit the number 50, or even at like the number 50 or something, uh,
To
it
think
starts
that
every
Radigan
other
was Marika
level
herself,
will
or at least
increase your stamina
such is
bar.
all I can
So unless
interpret
you're
from the
trying
rhythm
to
and
dual
calculus of his
wield
finger.
colossal
How
weapons
would such a
in
thing
the
ever have been
heaviest
possible?
armor,
Sadly, I
which you
cannot
can
come
do
to
with the
you
Great
have a
Arsenal
fuller
Jar
understanding of.
and the
Oh,
thing. So
well,
unless you're trying to
either
dual
way, in
wield
truth, it matters very
3
little. I am
different
merely
sets
his
of
scribe.
colossal weapons, like there's no
Mm-hmm.
reason to get your endurance much more than 50. There just really isn't much reason at all to go beyond 50 on endurance. Whereas, like, your health up to, and same is true of things like your health up to 60, your mind up to 60, is like beyond 60, you're getting, that's the soft cap, and you're getting diminishing returns. And then your damage up to 80. So once you get one of your damages up to 80, or two of your damages up to 80 even, because, you know, you could combine Arcane with Faith, or you can combine Dexterity with Arcane, or you can combine Strength with Int. You know, you can kind of build a very specific build, but you kind of want to get like one up to 80 and the other one up to at least 30, and then the everything else could be, oh, you need the thing with, if you're using weapons at all, you tend to need at least 20 of anything,
Yep.
because if it's a big weapon, you're going to need like 30, 40. Same with big shields. But
Fuck.
if it's like a medium whatever, you need like 20 strength, 20 dex. So those are kind of bare minimums that you want at all times, which restricts how you can continue your build past that. You know what I mean?
What?
So if you're using dexterity, a high dexterity is good. If you're using strength instead, just do a high strength. Whichever one you're not doing, just leave it at 20.
What is
Um,
happening?
and then beyond that, like, I would only pump strength or dex if you're mostly a melee build. If you're mostly magic, if you use the hell out of magic, then I would suggest pumping that int instead, almost entirely instead of any melee, because at least magic's fast enough. The problem I have with Faith is it has a slow cast time to do maybe comparable amounts of damage to magic at, slightly less but comparable ranges to magic. And then you have your
What is
melee,
this?
which is it's even faster than magic, but you have to be able to dodge roll in and then do it. You gotta dodge roll poke, and then you gotta be ready to just dodge roll again. So, and that doesn't even work for strength builds. Like a strength build, you typically want that high endurance. You want to wear the heaviest armor. You want good vigor, and then you kind of just face tank some shit. But that's not viable in this game, like at all. You can still roll
Like,
poke,
no,
but
it is not.
like that's what I'm saying. A lot of the colossals, you do great damage with that type of thing, but it's definitely not. It's like not the best build. It's like Faith has a leg up on strength, that's for sure. But then dexterity, you can dodge roll into the enemy if you get those iframes right, or you can like use an Ash of War like Bloodhound, Step, or Raptors of the Mist, and you can dodge the enemy, and then you can poke them, and then you can dodge them, and then you can poke them. Whereas like Magic has some cast time, Faith has the worst cast time. Faith has the worst cast time, the worst range. So it's like, but then you have strength, which I mean, strength, and that's my point. Strength and faith, they're some of the coolest looking, but you're opting in to what is less functional. It's more fashionable and it's less functional. And I know I'm fashion souls, and I already miss my black flame, but this character was a scholar to begin with. They were a mage to begin with, and knowing that that shit is the most viable even now, you could pair int with dexterity, and you could still be a good melee user for the fashion. You could all that. I don't know. I tend to like throw on
Okay, so that's
whatever
where he
armor
is.
every time we end up in a fight, or every time we end up in a difficult fight, because my fashion souls can never seems to be able to last, sadly, except for on fashion souls characters that are built heavily armored.
Johan says, with a strength build, if you have 51 poise and strong weapons, you can permanently stagger enemies and bosses. I think that's what's been happening to us.
Oh, yes, yes. Having high poise of your own means you can actually just face tank a lot of stuff that'll knock you over if you have low poise. And then, whereas if you have good poise damage, strength builds are, yeah, perfect for that. And you can even see it in like the Great Bow where you could stagger them from 10 miles out. But strength builds have that stagger, which I guess means they're not as bad as Faith somehow, sadly. I'd say dexterity on range is probably somehow worse than like strength on anything, or strength on its options. But yeah, bows, crossbows, like small bows, I mean, crossbows, they're all less viable because they don't have that high poise damage. Strength has that poise. I had forgotten about poise as a feature in this game. Yeah, you could stagger bosses, you can avoid being staggered by bosses so you don't get slapped over so often. But then there's, just not getting hit on like a dexterity build, or there's, you know, magic on a ranged build. But yeah, what I really struggle with is you have options on the faith build. You can look at what an enemy is actually weak to, but until the DLC comes out, nothing is, or like everything late game tends to be weak to magic. And whereas like, yeah, you have options for elements in Faith, you're really building around that, you know what I mean? And then on
Yeah.
top of which, you're just a lower casting time for what is usually not really a higher damage. Faith, I will give it, they have a lot of AoEs in Faith. Not like we don't have AoEs on magic, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing about that is that not the cast time, the tells.
Where did you go?
For Faith?
Yeah, it's so long and wide.
Yeah, the cast time, the fact that you're making yourself. I struggle to hit people with any of the basic magics, but all of the basic magics take a tenth of the time of even the fastest casting fucking Faith attacks. You really got to stand there and wind up even the fastest Faith attacks. And there are
Yep.
recastable Faith magics, but the recast time of a Faith magic is at best, even on those super fast recasts on a slow initial cast, the recast time is at best still comparable to the slowest cast time of magic. So I struggle to see where Faith is much more than a nicer looking variety option for magic. They have more AoEs, I'll give them that. They have more elements too. So like if somebody is built for like PvP or whatever, if they're built to resist magic. But unless you're really struggling on Renala, and like who struggles on Renala?
We did.
That's embarrassing. Don't say that. We shouldn't have. I guess, you know, we did because we were magic builds.
I wasn't at the time. Well, I was still mostly physical.
Yeah. Well, and
When really,
physical, despite doing good in that first half of the Renala fight, doing just fine in that first half of the Renala fight, physical gets you killed in the second half of the Renala fight.
not really.
Physical
I
gets
kind
you killed a lot in boss fights. I don't know. We suck at dodging. It's also
The
because
issue is
dodge
that
roll
the
only has like
hitbox
a
for those
tenth of a,
big ass
or only
boss
has like
attacks
a
are
sixth of
bullshit.
a second.
Like
Yeah,
most
lingering
boss hitboxes,
hitboxes,
yeah.
lingering hitboxes, large hitboxes, hitboxes. Even if you do hit it in the iframes, hitboxes that just don't let you out of it. That's just a general thing with this. Like you have all these iframes, but somehow they don't matter, or you don't even have a lot of iframes. On a regular dodge roll, it's like a sixth of a second that you have for actual iframes. Everything else has to be you getting out of the way or whatever.
Yep.
And then like damage boxes or whatever, I swear they last a whole second. So
Like, oh, I
at least a
completely
half
dodged
second.
that.
Yeah, oh, and that's what I'm saying. Bloodhound's step is really nice for the fact that it just feels like a usable dodge. It's not
My
just
thing
usable,
about it is
it's
that why does it
spammable
have to
too.
be?
It's a really nice
It's
step.
yeah, but it consumes FP, which is one of
Yeah,
my
yeah, it
biggest
does.
gripes with it.
But it consumes a sliver of FP. It does consume FP, but it consumes a sliver of FP.
Yeah, but when
Considering
I'm
the
running,
chunk,
yeah,
yeah,
but
but
when I'm
compare a
spamming
sliver
spells,
of FP,
no, but when I'm
consider a
spamming my
sliver of
magic,
FP.
and then I have to dodge, then I'm trying to use Bloodhound Step, and then I can't.
If you're out of Bloodhound Step, you still quick step. For free, you quick step. You don't stand there and stare at it like when you're out of fucking magic with a staff or a seal, which pisses me off. You just get a weakened version of it. I mean, even with the staff, if I swung like I was casting a spell, like I guess if I raised my hand up like I was throwing lightning, it would take a while. It might even take longer than staring at my hand. But when I miss a freaking spell, and especially if you buffer missing 2 freaking spells in a row or whatever, you just sit there like an idiot.
Ah, nice to see you.
You know what really
I've
makes me sad
been
though? One of
gripped
my
by a tale of
favorite
rhythms and
looking things in
calculus
the game,
betray
the
a
crystal knife.
suspicion of the
And
wholeness
it is
of the
like
golden conceit.
entirely
I am
like
afraid. Oh, but how
you
could
don't
this
get
be?
an
I dread
Ash
to
of
even
War with
entertain
it.
the
It comes
pursuit.
with quick step,
I
so you
cannot cast
better hope
aside.
that
Tell me,
quick
have I
step's good.
simply lost my Henley? If the master were true, why would he think to
I got like
broach
an
this
empty slot
forbidden?
or whatever, and I'm like, you know what I'd like to do with that? I'd like to, like, I'd throw my scepter in
Oh,
my
master,
offhand, put
dispel
a
these. I
staff in my
want
main
to
hand,
place my
just so that
trust
I
in you.
can, or put a dagger in my main hand, just so that I can bloodhound step or whatever. And I might still do that with like Misericord. I like spinning weapon, but it's probably not that great, especially an FP cost of 20 versus what is like an FP cost of 5 or something for Bloodhound Step. 10, I don't know, it's stupid low. It's a good thing, but it's
Also,
really low.
well, I guess. I don't know. Eh, maybe I'll put it on something.
I
But
have
also, yeah,
curved sword. It only costs
most of my
3.5.
weapons already have special abilities on it. So how would I Bloodhound Step that?
You don't. Bloodhound Step can only be put on things that Asher War can be put on, except for Bloodhound's Claws.
No, I'm saying like
Bloodhound
my.
Claws and I think like the Raptor Claws. Yeah, Raptor Talon. No, Raptor Talon comes with Quick Step. Bloodhound Claws is infusible and it comes with Bloodhound Step on it. So you could choose to keep Bloodhound Step or you could change it off of Bloodhound Step. But it's also a fixed weapon, so it's not quite ideal. But yeah, for any of those weapons, you can't. I'm almost certain that it can't be put on shields. Otherwise, like, it would make sense if we could just put it on a shield, right?
Yes.
But yeah, we can't put it on a shield. It can't be used, yeah, it can't be used in your offhand with any of those weapons. Those weapons are just, it's just not compatible with. But I put it on my Zweihander, and it felt great. Having Bloodhound Step on a Zweihander, I still have that Zweihander. It's a Zweihander is a colossal sword that uses dexterity. There's my Bloodhound Step on that sword.
And why couldn't it
Zweihander,
just
the
be a
colossal
medallion?
sword that uses dexterity. I like
Like,
Death Ritual Spear a lot, but I might drop Shield and Death Ritual in favor of my Zweihander back on this build. Because I loved my Zweihander. Simple dash Zweihander.
can I kill the tree spirit here?
I like Misericord though. I could also put it on Misericord with that 140 crit damage. Does 140% on the backstab.
Nope,
That's
there
just
it
a
is.
keen Zweihander. Keen Zweihander with that dash on it is good. Okay, where am I? Waypoint room. What am I doing? No idea. But yeah, I do love Bloodhound Step. I use it pretty regularly. You need to get it though. It requires killing a Knight's Cavalry. Let me tell you, it's impossible to choose him with range. You think he's totally choosable with range? Let me tell you, you can't fucking hit the guy for shit. You can kinda with an actual bow with the ability to aim. If you kinda learn how to time it so that every time he hits a wall it pulls his 180, before he turns around you let the arrow loose. and you have to make sure that it's actually set up for where he's going to be when he turns around, because his torso is not in the same spot height-wise after he turns around as before. And yeah, I did shoot him in the face a million times that way, but it's honestly such an ordeal that the easiest thing to do is just piss him off, get him to chase you, and then jump off the cliff in such a way that you land on the little lip on the edge of the bridge, because then he'll jump off after you and fall to his death. That's the whole fight. That's how I did it on my second run through, at least, on my blood character. I cheesed everything on my blood character.
Now you become what you hate.
What?
A blood.
Which
a
one?
blood.
Oh,
build.
a blood character. Blood build. Yeah, well, there's some... I guess it actually leads to see the heal and
The fuck?
too. There's something to be said for how good they look. Blood builds, they're again, it's not like I don't respect the grip. I just hate that because of so many nice weapons are blood. Or, you know, plus the fact that you could put bleed on any freaking weapon. Right? You can't put madness on the Zweihander, but I could put blood on the Zweihander. You know what I mean? I would love to be able to put madness on weapons for myself. But you only get the option of the fingerprint shield or Vike's spear for inflicting madness on people. Kind of sucks. You get all these spells, but you only have...
Yeah, I didn't know that at first. Okay. I didn't know he multiplied himself at first. Have to
But
go.
yeah, I don't know. I love the
There's
Zweihander at least.
There has to be one closer that I just don't know about. I'll look this time when I'm going, but that's stupid if there isn't.
If I can fit the death ritual, I can fit the death ritual spear. I can't fit the shield and the spear and the staff, but I can fit the spear while I have this. How heavy is the shield? Shield is 4.5 weight.
Johan says, but madness sucks. I know, I've done a madness build. It doesn't have to suck. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I'm tired of all the cool shit being unviable in this game. And madness isn't really that bad. Like the madness magics, they're great. The madness spear actually can be good. You can crouch poke with like spear just fine. You can use 2 fingerprint shields and it's just fine. But that's it. Those are all your options. You have the shields, you have the spears, and you have the magic. And that's the limit. I mean, yeah, you got a good number of magic spells in there, but
You think
whereas like
that there'd
bleed,
be a weapon, just like we have weapons in
bleed,
that can do
bleed,
magic, like a sword of night and flame,
and
or
then yeah, I
the
guess
two
madness,
scarlet like we have 2 scarlet rot
madness
weapons,
doesn't apply to
and we have
half the
several.
PvE either.
No, but here's the thing:
Most
we
of
have 2
PvE.
scarlet rot weapons. How come we don't have any fucking like death blight weapons or madness weapons? Like,
Eclipse
why is it
Shotel.
the what?
The Eclipse Shotel
Okay,
is
the
a
Eclipse
death
Shotel.
blight weapon.
Okay, that one. Like, I mean, like, yeah, but how come there's no
But
madness
yeah, why
weapon?
don't we have options like we have bleed? Why don't we have an Ash of War for madness and an Ash of War for deathblight?
Yeah, like, or at least just a weapon.
Why
that's
did
specific.
crossbow? Why do we have viable? Why are great bows the most viable thing ever, but crossbows don't even have scaling? Like even regular bows get scaling. Why did they do crossbows dirty? Like it feels very intentional that they just
Maybe they'll
screwed
be
up
able to do that in a DLC. We're getting 8. Maybe it'll be a new weapon type of crossbow that's more viable.
No.
I mean, they had that in
Sad
the
to say.
trailer. The main thing
The
that they were
Forlorn
showing off.
Evergaol is Bloodhound Knight Darrowil.
Yes,
Not
that's where he was. That's where
no, I
Blythe is
thought we were
being.
looking for Blythe.
Yeah, he's being held captive there now. Ironic, isn't
Okay.
it?
Night buddy. Well, that was a little too easy. Probably because it's a begin game area that I just now came to.
Came back to.
Yeah.
I guess that one's closer. I forgot, but whatever. I don't care.
Do I have to do that?
You don't have to. It's skippable if you just immediately go help Ronnie. But I'm just like, I would have let Blythe out.
Ronnie with Blythe.
Kill the fake Blythe. When you kill fake Blythe, normal Blythe gets escape.
But where the
escape.
fuck do you kill fake Blythe, bro? I'm sitting here trying to
Underground.
figure out where the hell
You
I'm doing
showed
it.
me where it
Oh,
was.
so annoying.
Remember?
Oh, that spot with the bell bearing hunters.
Yeah.
Send it.
He ran right into the shit.
Like a rod or whatever. Was that the slowest gate where the old palace ruins? I do not remember. Don't remember what Blythe. Is it right from the Lake of Rot? Was it?
Oh, come on. Yeah, I got Blythe's head. Yeah, it's Death Blight is broken. It's instant death. Like, of course it's broken, but I'm just like, we want more versatility in the weaponry that we can use with it.
Yeah,
Except for like,
they keep giving us things, but it's like this is usable and that isn't. Well, why the
yeah.
fuck did you include that in the game at all then?
Like,
I don't
what if I
mind.
want to use
Death
Scarlet Rot
Blight
on something
being-
other than
being-
a fucking rapier or a dagger? What if I want to use Death Blight with my greatsword? Like,
you only get Scarlet Rot on select weapons, and in like one specific faith ability with the dragon head.
Or
You don't even
Melania's
get-
abilities that you have to kill her to get.
Oh, she has abilities.
Yeah,
They're still
yeah,
gonna be faith based.
yeah. The Aeonian Bloom attack you saw people do.
Oh, yeah, another one that's entirely unviable for no apparent fucking reason. That shit was so easy to dodge, like it took forever to charge it up, and I could just hit Zaymore Ice Storm in like half the time. And once you hit Zaymore Ice Storm, you can actually move around while that shit's active.
And I get it's to give those for the boss fight or the attack, but I'm just like, that windup is so long.
Yeah. Well, it's like the boss supposedly has a tell, but I still die to it. But then I see a player do it, and I just walk. I just walk to the left or whatever, and shit misses.
Yep. I did the exact thing that I said I wasn't gonna do, didn't I? Yes, I did. I'm doing that second time.
Yeah, I just hope that they don't need to nerf a damn thing. They just need to buff all the shit that they didn't.
The
Like give
wet
us an Ash
blades, what
War
are
or
that?
two.
What are the wet blades?
That's how you apply your own Ashes of War at a point of grace.
Oh, those. Wait, at Grace? I think I have those. To be perfectly honest, I haven't used an Ash of War that didn't come with the weapon I'm using. I'm gonna be honest.
Maybe I
Not a
specified
single,
already?
not a single one
How
I've
would I even
used.
know?
Not a single Ash of War that wasn't already on a weapon I use.
Yeah, for the most part, I've only used, well, I've used like Blood Ashes. I like Ashes of War that apply an effect. So that's why I wanted separate tools, because it actually applies a coating to the blade. Uh, Poison Mist applies a coating to the blade. Chilling Blade applies a coating to the blade. The Fire Ash of War that does apply a flame to the blade is actually really difficult to use. You have to use the Ash of War, which just throws flame
The
into the
hard.
blade or whatever, and then you have to power attack immediately afterwards in order to actually swing your sword through that fire and apply that fire to the blade. Ugh. I'm just running around this fucking hole looking for this fucking douche so I can kill him. Pretty sure I've killed him already. What would happen? Would the chest just be unlocked if I've killed him?
Yes, it would just be
Well,
unlocked.
shit. Guess I haven't fucking killed him then. It's just wild to me. I've been down here on at least 3 out of 4 characters, and I haven't fucking killed him. Like, he just showed up for you. He never fucking showed up for me. We were even in multiplayer when he showed up for you. Where was that? Was it actually freaking rot? Or it was close to the rot, wasn't it? I open and then for there. Ah yes, I feel like he's just at the top of the lake of rot. Top of the lift. So we take down the gold. That's where it is. Certain of it now, because I've been to every other fucking wall with a fucking tiny ass elevator in this entirety of the underground. I don't know why I go to every place except where I knew he'd be looking for him. Thou art the last. huh?
There are multiple what blades in game? How many exactly?
What are they for? Yeah, but they
Like
still
you,
don't allow you to apply things that there just aren't Ashes of War for.
mm,
Like, we still can't apply Scarlet Rot to anything.
true. The air tree thing is dead. I talked to Bald Mask. What is that stuff? Oh, it's the giant
I
down
was pretty sure fucking magic was stronger than this. Oh, look at that. You know what's stronger? Glintstone fucking pebble.
there.
Well, Glintstone shard, whatever. Driving me nuts, man. Put all these upgrades in, and guess what? Melee is actually way stronger than magic. Like, magic has that range. Okay, maybe not that much stronger. They're kind of comparable, I guess. Yeah, wow. Love not fucking using my fucking flask when I ask to. Stand there and get hit instead. I think
Ah,
I was still staring at my empty fucking staff or whatever. So tired of accidentally buffering a fucking magic when I have no. Like, that's the worst, is the fact that they even put that in the fucking game.
whiffing
And yeah, I
stuff.
pulled the trigger fucking twice. No, you pull the trigger twice for magic, and it forces you to stand there and scratch your head like a fucking asshole for like way too long. It just forces you to stand there, and like it at least forces the first animation. Like, you can't dodge roll out of it or anything at that point. Just fucking stand there and do nothing till you die. That's not, and especially like for Faith, which didn't need to be nerfed. That's not fucking balance. That's fucking broken for shit that's already some of the easiest shit to dodge in the game. Could you stop fucking sidestepping every fucking thing I do? An ice crag with zero fucking range. Night Comet pierces, huh?
Yeah.
Cool, I guess. I didn't know that. Just the Flask of Wondrous Physics that takes that fucking long, or because I have the stupid mode bubble in that physics still that it takes so long? Like, what is going on there?
Oh, the
Yeah,
icon shield.
regular physics don't take that long. That's what got me fucking killed too. I thought it was just the buffering of whatever. I thought it was because I buffered a spell or whatever. No, it's the fucking Flask of Wondrous Physics takes twice as long to fucking drink. You stand there and stare at it first. It's a flask. It's equipped. I hit the button. Fucking drink it. Sheesh. So now that place should just be unlocked. That chest should just be available to me. Must have ran past that guy. But like 3 fucking times? Wild. I run past shit too much, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. You, on the other hand, like to take all fucking day to get anywhere.
I like to clear the area. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you get to one minor boss in an entire day. There was no indication, zero indication that, like, when you defeat Radon, the stars start moving and all that. That's a pretty big indication that, like, Miss Sorcery might have something new to say. But where's the indication that killing a stupid frickin' ghost wolf all the way down in the lands of Scarlet Rot means the chest in Renala's room is now unlocked? Even with Renala talking to me, I didn't see any actual clue about her mother or a ring or any of that. There's no subtext. It's not even a puzzle if there's no fucking subtext. You're just hoping somebody runs across it and without ever knowing why goes, I guess I have this now. That's not storytelling, that's just fucking wishful thinking. So much of this game is wishful fucking thinking. Oh yeah, they'll find a invisible wall that looks exactly like any other piece of frickin' rock on the side of this random cliff, right? They just have to swing a stick at a wall until they find a fucking hole. There's zero clues. Is like what makes good dungeons in Zelda games is that like it's actual puzzle solving.
Well, technically, none of this is done.
The parts that are dungeon, I mean, at least, you know, you expect an invisible wall once in a while. Or like a tiny hole that you gotta drop through. Or, you know, some repetitive looking architecture just to trick you into thinking not actually getting anything. Like, you expect it in dungeons in this game. And I tend to find the dungeons are better parts of the puzzle making for this game because they're kind of contained. I mean, you might even be able to say that for older Dark Souls in general too. Is because it's contained, it makes some semblance of sense. This game, you know, go all the way down to the Lands of Rot to potentially kill this ghost wolf, and then come all the way back to Ronaldo's room, and like. If I checked that chest and it was locked before, I'm not thinking it's unlocked because I killed some freaking ghost wolf. Like, technically Ronnie spoke to me, but I'd think I'd have to go to Ronnie's Rise now for something. Not come back to Ronaldo's room and try the chest. I deadass thought that chest was going to be locked until New Game Plus. I figured all of your loot would be in that chest when you New Game Plus or something. This is the land of rebirth. So the ultimate rebirth would be New Game Plus. So you'd come to Renala to start a new game. And all your stuff would be in the chest right behind her. Boom. I made it make more fucking sense than the actual fucking game creator. Right? You have to fight your way back to Renala. It's rebirth, but rebirthing, in this instance, reset everything, whatever. You come all the way back, you fight back through Renala where you rebirth, and your stuff is in the chest right behind her. Shit would have made tons of sense. No, you fight a random wolf in the land of Scarlet Rot that have to do with Ronnie, and then the chest is just unlocked for stuff.
Well, it's also
again with no subtext.
that ring is most likely her wedding ring between her and Radigan.
That's curious, yeah. There's a statue of him in this library. I couldn't. Like, why hasn't she smashed the shit out of him?
Because again, remember, Ronnie already has a ring on her finger. So why is that ring there?
Bro, I don't fucking care.
I know.
But the ring
Well,
on her finger.
no. But still. We gotta... I know it's frustrating. It's Soulsborne.
God, if the ring on her finger means anything, that just proves that her ending is shit and everybody who chooses it is a simp.
Oh, really?
Yep. If that ring on her finger previously has any meaning beyond just being a ring, I mean, she's a puppet, first of all. But if that ring had meaning, then yeah, that just proves that you're not even her first fucking choice.
Well, you do realize that the fact that we are here is because we weren't anyone's first choice, right?
What does
In
that
fact,
know? That
yes,
doesn't
we're
make
a
any
tarnish.
sense.
We are a tarnish.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
We're not anyone's
Tarnish
first fucking choice.
won the fight and were then subsequently kicked out by the Golden fucking Order for this whole
We
ass
are
prophecy shit.
we are the descendants of those tarnished, but also we are here because we were not the first choice. The first choice was all the other demigods.
It was all the demigods, sure. Why not?
What do you mean, why not? That's explicitly stated.
Yeah, well, they were chosen to fucking death because they suck, because none of them were fucking worth a damn. So it tells you about how good these people are at making choices. First choice to who? The manipulative golden will, or whatever, greater will? Or to the manipulative Radagon? Pretty sure every choice is a garbage one. It really makes me not give a shit about ending the game at all. It's about the journey, not the destination, man. Except you've literally killed the fucking journey by telling me the destination is always shit. Literally every ending is shit. And it's gotten to the point where the fucking... It feels like Moog's nihilism is the only thing that makes any sense in these shitty lands.
Moog's nihilism.
Well, I don't know. He's the one who says nihil, right? Which I thought was just him having a stutter, but apparently it's him not knowing how to pronounce nihilism.
That's a different word, Yuki.
You fucking said it was that word.
Nihil.
So,
Yes,
no,
I said nihil is a part of the word nihilism. Yeah, nihil, nihilism. That's what he's saying.
I've never heard it said like that.
Yeah,
Pretty
because
sure
it's not
just
usually
crappy
used that way.
translation and
Look
crappier
it.
voice acting.
It's not. It's really not. Look it up. It's not. It's real. I will give this game all the crap in the world for the shit it does wrong, but that is not exactly a wrong thing.
It's stupid in the context of the English language.
It's Latin.
Yeah, and it's stupid in the context of the English language. Maybe don't use fucking Latin in an English accent or whatever. I don't know. In an English voice. Just saying. Yeah, we got a Chinese word that sounds like a thing and it gets a guy fired, but I point out that it sounds stupid. Gotta fucking argue with me all day.
What Chinese? What are you talking about?
There's a Chinese word. It's just the N word. I'd fucking say it, but it would close me off from a million things, even though I'm not saying a slur. I'm saying a Chinese word. It would close me off from, I don't know, a million potential future jobs just for fucking saying it. Which is itself kind of dumb.
And let's move on, shall we?
Yeah, okay, says the guy who turned last stream into everything about Uncle Ruckus.
I'm sick. If I recall correctly, that wasn't a stream. If I recall
Oh.
correctly.
You told me it was, though.
You didn't.
You dead ass told me I was on stream. And then you started this whole ass topic. Anyways.
Yes, I know 90% of Latin is used in the English language, but I'm just saying a single word in Latin is usually used as a phrase of another word in English. So him saying it doesn't make sense in English is correct because it's Latin. Like, think about it. How many pieces of words do we use that are either something that's in Latin that's we've repurposed,
you still
or
totally don't even address the fact that, like, the entirety of your playthrough is fucking pointless. Because no matter what you do, the ending is garbage.
I disagree.
All endings in this game are garbage. How? What ending isn't trash?
Ronnie's.
No, it's trash.
Why is
you
it bad?
condemn this world to what you call natural birth, but what the hell is natural birth in the lands between? Look at everything that is alive in the lands between. First of all infested by different outer gods. Second of all, you're not doing anything to combat it. At least the greater will had its own designs. You're literally fucking off for 1,000 years. You think the world isn't going to be more rot infested after 1,000 years of literally non-committal non-existence? You're the dad who went out to get milk and shows up 100 years later expecting reverse inheritance money, expecting a reverse freaking what's the word? Reverse child support. You show up after the kid's successful and you're like, okay, I did that. No, you fucking didn't. You weren't there. You didn't do that.
Oh,
And
hell.
suggesting to a peoples who are used to and confused by the concept of natural birth because they are so used to being born of a freaking tree, reborn of a tree, you're literally like, good luck. None of them are gonna get that. None of them are gonna get what? You're gonna spell it out in the stars for the sorcerers, and they're gonna read it, and they're gonna be like, it says fuck yourself, but it'll be a mistranslation that really meant like that's how you make children. But they're just gonna read it. They're gonna be like, so this prophecy says go fuck yourself. This one says fuck each other up. And then they start fighting about it. Like physically fighting about it. Because it's about as useful as mistranslated texts are IRL. Oh, I'm dead. I fell in a hole. Yeah. I don't think Ronnie's ending is such a great ending. Is the best of a bad situation, maybe, but it's really just a simple ending. The age of fracture, right, in the dark. And that's how you leave everybody, in the dark. They don't know. All they know is they don't pray to the tree anymore. They look to the stars for answers. Guess what? The stars are as cold and unforgiving as they ever. And people people into frickin' graven masses for even trying to seek out the truth.
That's selling and her nonsense. All right.
That's also Azure and Lusat and everybody who peers beyond the veil. You look too deeply into it, and your head becomes glintstone, and then you become an
They put that on
immobile.
themselves. Dude.
Yeah, so that they could peer the truth of the world. And in a world that used to have tree births and no longer does, either your species is going to die out because they're like pandas, they're just too stupid to do it, or they're going to die out because guess what? Everything in these goddamn lands wants to kill them, and their so-called
Oh, okay.
benefactor has left them. You deadass take off to the store for milk. You and Ronnie both.
Would you guys be down to do a seamless co-op?
Wouldn't
Wait,
call
who is
that
this?
a new order.
John Armendariz. Who are you? I
A
just looked at
seamless co-op what? Mod?
stream.
Stream.
Yeah, seamless co-op
What would a
playthrough on
seamless co-op
stream. I think that's the
Oh,
mod where we can all play the entire game together without barriers and stuff. I don't really know.
like how far would we really get on that though?
I mean, we could. Well, I don't know how about you, but I could start a new character and do it later. Right now I'm just trying to like say get through the game as is.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really know if a seamless co-op mod is going to be any less seamless, or have many less seamless the game already has. Co-op's not bad in this. Like, other than fighting bosses, what would I run around your world for? If it's truly seamless, I'm going to go kill bosses in your world when you're not even there. And you're just going to be left with nothing to do. No way to level up because you don't like shooting the bird over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I guess maybe the room could just be instant transmission to you. And can your PC even handle that? I mean, it's crashed on less.
It's crashed because Epic wants to do
Because
dump
the
crap.
game crashed. Oh yeah, because Epic just download Fortnite update. That's on you, not setting it to not do that. Because it'll do that in any game. If you just have it so Fortnite's always updating, that's it. You know how Fortnite be something always updating. Every couple of days they be updating. I don't know. My point is, like, I lost a lot of excitement for this game because of how shitty the fucking plot is. Sure, it's well written. It's well written. Everybody dies fucking nonsense, just like Game of Thrones. It's pretty well how I feel about it. Your favorite character, yeah, they die. Your second favorite character, yeah, they die. Every fucking character, yeah, they die. You start off with a wonderful round table with characters who you care to learn about, and by the end of it, you either hate them all or they're dead.
I mean, it's a story about the end of the world. I mean, come on. That's what...
The end of the world? I thought we were becoming Elden Lord. Nobody told me it was a story about the end of the fucking world. The world's already ended. It's a post-apocalypse story. Yeah, people die pretty often in the post-apocalypse. Realistically, most of you people are gonna die. And yet, they somehow still make that less interesting to me. Because even the endings, even the successes I get, feel empty. Not only are they without explanation, and I'm supposed to attribute explanation to it, but what little explanation I can attribute to it are fucking terrible. All of them.
Yeah, I saw what you wrote about wet blades. I don't know.
It's like, what am I doing all this for? So that I can change nothing, so I can permanently seal in the fact that nothing will ever change, so that I can simp for a fucking puppet that everybody simps for. My problem with the Ronnie ending is it's just so overdone that it's like it's not special. It's essentially the new age of Fracture. On top of which, you literally just follow a woman and ditch the whole world's problems and leave the fucking place. You say
Maybe
good luck and sayonara, and
not
that's supposed
really.
to be the most satisfying ending. Yeah, really. You both go on her 1,000-year fucking journey to the stars, which is essentially saying that there's a space game out there that'll never be created where you and Ronnie are just chilling in the
Ether.
Elden Ring. Well, that's more like a crucible, but you know how you're like standing in space, or in like the Renala boss fight room. It's just you and Ronnie in the Renala boss fight room for the next 1,000 fucking years. Isn't that exciting?
Yes.
Yeah, you got a whole lot of one thing to do. Probably accidentally procreate a whole new universe into being. And you'll just forget about this one and not come back after 1,000 years because you got a new one. Reminds me of the fucking. You remember Tommy who got pushed in the honey swamp? Rick and
Yeah.
Morty? Yeah, Tommy who got pushed in the honey swamp. That's the Ronnie ending.
How do I get to
It's
where that
like,
Estelle was?
at best, it just turns Elden Ring into the real world, but, with hellish creatures in it. And at worst, you gotta realize that you start a so-called order that has nothing to do with the Elden Ring or anything, and then you just fuck off for 1,000 years and hope that Scarlet Rot doesn't take the world in the meanwhile. That chaos doesn't take the world in the meanwhile. You're not checking in for the next 1,000 years. You don't know. You're not there to stop it. Goldmask is kind of right about his ring in that case. If you're going to do nothing for the next 1,000 years, then you should have put a ring on it. Because, like, what could possibly change in the next 1,000 years that would be for the better when, like you said, the world is ending? The world is so-called ending, and you just fuck off for 1,000 years hoping it gets better. That
No.
is that is hopeful as shit. You got some hope in you if you just think 1,000 years is gonna fix the lands between. Pretty sure it's been 1,000 years already, and the lands between still look like shit.
Been a couple hundred, not 1,000.
You don't know that. You know how much time's passed since the shattering. Nobody's sane anyways. Everybody looks like a decrepit corpse anyways. Ronnie's not even in a like flesh body, so you don't know how long she's been old for anyways. Her body might look something like Morgoth's by now because of how old she is. You don't know. If 1,000 years seems like a short enough time, she doesn't mind dipping out for that length of time. And then compare it to what the number of a couple days that it takes you to become an Elden Lord. Yeah, the world could be drastically different when you get back.
A couple days, he
And,
says.
and again, humans don't understand procreation. Like the concept is foreign to them. Melina actually thinks that Bach is weird simply because he had a mother. So yeah, she might tell you the concept of births
Well,
is
no,
nice and
that's
all.
not why she thinks Bach is weird. She thinks Bach is weird not because he had a mother, but because of, like, he was born from his mother.
Exactly. Exactly. People think that natural birth is weird. And when you look at the comparison being immortality via you died, but guess what? You're a fruit on a tree. And that sounds kind of fun, and that's your norm. Versus, okay, so you do the thing, and then you suffer through childbirth. And yeah, that's just how people exist now. Good luck convincing a bunch of, essentially zombies who are each, you know, old souls that the next generation is worth giving life to at all.
There are some young people here.
Also, it's not like you restored the rune of death. At the very least, Ronnie's ending, I guess you started a whole new order.
Yes.
I don't know. I still think that and the perfection of the Elden Ring would be not even the Elden Ring as it is, but the Elden Ring of Farum Azula.
I'm not sure about that either.
Well, consider it. The Crucible and all of its flaws, that's just natural mutation. That
Yeah,
is the
I would
Crucible is
call
creating new
I
things.
wouldn't
That
call
is
a
the mutations
multi-headed
that cause, those are the mutations that cause evolution.
I would call a multi-headed dragon that has teeth on the outside of its own face because it can't stop its teeth from doing that. Better.
The immortal ancient dragons don't seem better to you than what we currently fucking have.
No, not entirely.
Not entirely, but it was fucking better still. Better than what we have currently, which is everything falling apart. I don't know. But that, yeah, again, my point. So you're choosing between crap and crap. And I tried to find some good in it in like all things, and you have fucking kind of killed it for me.
I've not killed it. I just
You have not killed it? Are you
no,
kidding me?
no, I have not.
I tried to call rot, a metamorphosis. I get that rot sucks. But I tried to call the death root. That's just the death rune. That was
It's
already a part of the fucking it was. It was the death rune. The death
we
rune is
no, it's not.
Malekith, who eats the death root, who
That's not.
used to.
We
Don't
see
tell me
the
it's
rune
not.
of death. We see the rune of death when we kill him.
Is it different from the fucking rune shape that is
The
the way
Duskworn
you?
ending one, yes, completely.
Well, there goes that. But like, I don't know. I'm just tired of everything in this game being shit. And everybody's like, the only thing that isn't shit is Ronnie's ending. But no, it's shit too. Fucking also it's overdone. It's just like the blood. It's over fucking saturated at this point. It's like everybody loves this game, but all for the exact same boring fucking reason. And it ruins the good parts of this game too, like Ronnie, because that's the only thing that's even half nice, and it's fucking not as nice as everybody makes it out to be. It really is just kind of dark for the sake of being dark or whatever. And it takes
Mm,
what would be an otherwise enjoyable thought and it makes it fucking toxic for the sake of being all edgy about it. For the sake of what I can only describe as Moog's fucking nihilism. Well, not Moog's, but just generic fucking nihilism. I don't know. I get really bored of everything being shitty. It's like the glintstone's cool. Just kidding. It's fucking parasitic. And like, oh, dragons are cool. Just kidding. They're tied to the crucible, and the crucible is somehow shit. The crucible is the one thing, or at least the fucking primordial Erd tree, is the one thing that should be flawless. And then you got to be out here like, no, if you even relate to the crucible at all, then you're going to be ugly as fuck like the misbegotten. And I disagree because the misbegotten are born without grace. And there's no way that things of the original crucible are born without grace. The crucible knights are definitely not born without grace. They are coated in primordial fucking gold.
The thing about here's
There
the
is no
thing
way
that you
that they
keep
are without grace.
the thing of you keep here's the thing you keep thinking about things as a sort of linear progression where it's all a straight line and it's formatted that way. That's not really
What the
how all
fuck
this
does that
works.
mean? No, it
That's
is
not
how all this works. There
it's
was a
really not.
tree and it fucking burned.
Yes, there are several trees. But here's the thing though. Here's the thing.
Missoula is
All right, here's
outside
the
of
thing.
time now,
No,
but
no, no, no.
it
Hold on,
not
hold on,
always
hold on.
fucking
Hold
was.
on. Here's
The
like here's
Elden
something to
Ring
show
used to look
you.
away.
No, here's the thing to show you like how
Now it looks
wonky things
different.
get in the game. Who
You're just gonna
exactly is
kill it more for me. You're literally
no?
gonna kill this game for me, and I'm gonna
I'm
fucking
just,
put it down.
no, I want to ask you a question.
I'm gonna avoid
I want to
getting the
ask you.
fucking DLC
I
at
want
this
to
rate.
ask. Well, the DLC could answer some of these questions actually, because here's a question I want to ask you,
Yeah, I
Yuki.
can see that on fucking YouTube. I don't need to get the DLC to see that shit.
Mm, I want to ask you a question, Yuki.
What? Ask it already. Fuck.
Who is the first Elden Lord?
Oh my god, I don't give a shit. The first Elden Lord is Placidusax, as far as we know. And what's his name is only called the first Elden Lord because the Elden Ring refuses to be anything but fucking perfect, even when shit like the fucking Rune of Death is removed from it, which again is the only reason Deathloop even fucking exists. Because the Rune of Death was removed from the Elden Ring. And once you're touched by Deathloop, your soul comes to some realization that there isn't a true Elden Ring anymore. And the Elden Ring refuses to take in anyone whose soul is somewhat heretical.
Oh crap! Here's the thing.
It's all based on the fact that the system itself has been broken. And the system itself was broken before we even fucking started.
Okay,
And
if
it's all
that's
based
true,
on a thing that
if that's
demands
true,
that it never be broken, because
that's
the
true,
first cardinal sin is the burning of the earth tree.
if
It is
that's true,
essentially the burning of the great tree was the Adam and Eve frickin' fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Is the
if
burning
that's
of the earth tree.
if that was true, I have a question then.
What?
Why is if Godfrey's supposed to be the quote unquote first Elden Lord, even though there's Plagiusax, and that's because of what you just said with the whole thing about
What the hell is
everything.
Radigan? Like, we have more
Exactly.
questions than we have answers. You're just
Because
proving
no, here's the
that
thing.
the storytelling in this
No,
game is less fucking
no,
deep
because
than
here's
they'd
the
like to
thing.
pretend it is.
Here's the thing. The gold. This is there have been like again with Plagiusax, who's probably one of if not the but the most one of the most ancient Elden Lords we know of. It just shows that a lot of revisionist history takes place in the lands between with whoever's in charge.
Yeah.
Like Godfrey is the first Elden Lord quotation mark of the Golden Order, not of the Elden Ring or the Earth Tree itself. Like here's the thing, remember, the Golden Order did not start until America removed the Rune of Death, and so there
that
had to be
doesn't
something.
Even make sense.
Yes, it does.
No, I mean that doesn't even make sense because
it does.
No, it doesn't because you just said that Godfrey was the first Elden Lord of the Golden Order, but he was sent away he had become tarnished or whatever, like immediately after the Shattering War.
That
So he
was
didn't.
not
He
after the
wasn't the
Shattering War.
first. He wasn't the first
That was
Elden
not
Lord
after the Shattering
of.
War. That was way. Godfrey being sent away was
If
the
that's
way
before,
before the.
if that's
Yes,
before, then you're doubly proving that this shit doesn't make any sense. Because
it
he wasn't
does.
the first Elden Lord of the Golden Order if the Golden Order didn't fucking exist until the Shattering.
The Golden Order existed before the
Before the
no.
Shattering.
Yes, the Shattering
Yes. No,
is
you
when
just said that the Golden Order didn't exist until the Shattering.
I
That's
said
what
it
you
didn't
just said.
exist until the Rune of Death was removed. The Rune of
Oh, so the
Death
Rune of
was
Death was removed.
yes. I didn't say
That's
anything about
so
the Shattering
fucking.
yet.
Sorry, I
I didn't-
thought that I get confused because how the fuck do you remove the Rune of Death without shattering the fucking Elden Ring? Like this
The
shit.
same way Radigan removed piece of the reincarnation rune and gave it to Renala before the Shattering.
Long and short of it, they have fucking trouble sticking to a fucking story.
They really don't. It's just like it's complicated. It's weaved into contrivances and things and half truths that they keep telling us. But
Yeah, but
it
if you
does make
make your
sense.
fucking literal lore based on fucking half truths, then what am I supposed to gather from that? Nothing. I can gather no fucking information that has any sense of validity at all.
You can, but you just have to determine what is true and what is not, and what is and when things have happened and when they didn't. It's like the whole thing, like the reason why Pelisax is an Elden Lord and Godfrey is the quote unquote first is because Godfrey is the first Elden Lord of the Golden Order. And Pelisax was an Elden Lord of just the Elden Ring. The Golden Order is a type of religion based around the Elden Ring America created. But the Elden Ring itself has been around forever, like you said. So that's what I'm saying. It gets kind of complicated because there's a lot of revisionist history going around and a lot of truths not being told to the normal public. Like, how many people know about Fortisax? Tell that to that blind dude that's currently following around Gold Mask. He'll have a fit and try to kill you. But we know that's true. We know, and here's the thing: we are literally going to the place where America first became a god in the DLC. So, and we're going to see things before she started whatever order was going to become the Golden Order.
You still haven't even addressed the fact that everything is trash in this fucking world. It's pissing me off. It's like, I mean, even fucking Hollow Knight had like the thought that, you know, you were making a difference or something. Whereas here, it's literally like you're blind to what your own endings even. And I'm tired of
I'll admit the vagueness of the endings
shit.
and the effort we have to go through to get to them is frustrating. I will very well admit to that. That is a problem. Even in most other Soulsborne games, like they at least give us a hint of what's going on when we choose an ending and how we get it. But the vagueness of these endings is very frustrating to me as well. It's just like Ronnie's ending was fucking mistranslated. That was frustrating as all shit.
Well, kind of how I feel about the whole fucking game right now.
But no, but I'm just saying, it's just like I liked unraveling this world in a way you hate it.
But I don't. Yeah, exactly. I
like
don't.
The way I like unraveling
it.
this world is the same way you hate unraveling this world.
Well, it's because every time I fucking uncover anything new, it's just either a lie or it's fucking trash. And that's not fun. I am not, my favorite thing is usually the lore of things. But all I'm finding is that I shouldn't like any of it. There's no reason to like any of it because you show me that every fucking time because I'm like, oh well, this is kind of interesting, and you're like, no, it's not. It's suffering. Well, great. Well, why the fuck would I want to even divulge any of this information? It's just gonna be stupid and depressing for no fucking reason. Like they chose to make a stupid and depressing game. It's not a reflection of life. It's not a fucking. It's not an escapism thing. It's fucking. It's kind of shit in the end, and that's
Well,
kind of stupid. And it just gets fucking
Hushan.
lit.
Johan says, he says it's like the best ending is when you put an end to it all in Frenzy. So he's kind of like how you were back
Right?
then.
Well, no, you're pushing me back around to that just because, again, everything is kind of shit in this stupid fucking game.
Oh, you. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, we've spent all of the time talking about all of
Lore.
fucking nothing.
No, we've been talking about our lore and our discrepancies with it. You have, well, no, we both have similar issues with it. You more than me, I believe. But I knew this going forward because of how other Soulsborne games, like, they make the story and then they erase parts of it, and that's the game we play. That's usually how it goes, except for Dark Souls 2. They did some other weird nonsense with it. And it's usually up to us to fill in the gaps to figure out what is going on.
You love to, every time I try to fill the gaps with something fucking interesting, you love to tell me I'm wrong.
I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong. I'm just trying to debate it. I'm just like, that's interesting, but here's a counterpoint.
Yeah, well, your counterpoints just proves that they fucking hate me. Can't enjoy gold, can't enjoy fucking not gold, can't enjoy Frenzied Flame, can't enjoy fucking Ronnie. And then always is blood builds and fucking Ronnie sims, and that's the whole fucking game. Play with magic or fucking stuff. I've actually psyched myself out of this game. I'm shutting this fucking game down.
Are you really?
Yeah. I've already exited it. I literally hadn't done anything except make my character look nice. And then fucking talk myself out of enjoying this fucking game tonight. Need some fucking weed or something.
Remember your heart. Johan, are you still there,
This game
Johan?
has no fucking heart.
It does.
Really? Where? Fucking show it to me. You even said we're like not even fucking Ronnie's first fucking choice.
You say that like she could
Aren't
wait
the
around.
only fucking woman who ever chose us.
Well, actually, she didn't.
Who?
Melina. She didn't choose us.
She didn't choose us?
No.
Well, Torrent chose us, but
we're not even sure if it was Torrent. It's also believed that it may have been Mikla who chose.
I don't care. I really don't. Like, it doesn't make a fucking difference. It doesn't change what I was saying. In the least. I don't like discussing with you. Make everything shitty. Not you. Fucking FromSoft, but still.
Johan says this game is depressing, and I'm not gonna lie, I think that reading too much into it is not good because you can't imagine how the future would become, like it could become good by doing those things. Like if you want to make a new Golden Order as you'll be controlling it, you can enjoy any ending because you could make it better or worse. Which I agree.
No, you fucking don't.
That's who.
Because I've tried to make the best out of any sort of fucking given situation, and you just talk me out of it.
Discussing counterpoints is talking you out of it?
I mean, quite literally, yeah. You discuss a counterpoint enough, and it counters my. The whole fucking phrasing of the word is it's a counter to the point.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to ruin your fun.
It's not
It
you
just-
who ruined my fun. It's fucking FromSoft. Couldn't make a nice fucking single fucking thing in this fucking game. Hallig
my
tree is
God.
covered in rot. Fucking Nikolai,
I mean,
you see a corpse in a living corpse in a cocoon.
Not anymore.
Limestone is just parasitic hell. Literally everything is just a different variant of hell. It's really just which ring of hell do you want to suffer through?
Johan says ignore me if you need to.
Yeah, well, not gonna unkill the mood.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill the mood. I'm just like,
I said it's not you.
I know.
I guess it is you. I don't fucking know. This game. I want to enjoy it. Like, I'm just not now. Fucking the whole game has to be somebody's fucking sob story. I didn't mind hearing, like, a good sob story or two when your entire fucking, after 400 fucking hours or whatever I put in this game, not 400, more like 200. No, it really has to be at least 200, maybe 300 hours I put in this fucking game. And the only thing I can discern from it is sob story after sob story and dead fucking character after dead fucking character. It literally, the entirety of my being in this game, and the dozen fucking choices that you have to work like a fucking pack horse to fucking unlock, feel entirely redundant. Because, like, what did I do all this for? Nothing. Everybody fucking dies, and everything fucking sucks in every fucking ending. It's an illusion of choice, but instead of being an illusion of choice that feels like it comes to a conclusive bad ending, it's like even the endings, they pretended like there was something good to be had, only to fucking make me waste all this time.
The
The
Johan
gameplay's
says,
still good, but
Johan also says this game
I like to
is
self-insert
heavy
as my
based on
fucking
player
characters.
decision. FromSoft made it so you can pick which you want by picking the side to fight for and protect. It's really not an illusion, though.
Yeah, but if all choices, I guess it's just fucking what it is. The illusion is the thought that you're not just going to be consumed by scarlet rot.
I mean,
Like, look at that shit. I mean, look at the lake of scarlet rot, and just think of the fact that even the Hallig tree is losing to that shit? The Halig Tree, which is Miquella's powers embodied, is
It's
losing to
losing to
that
that
shit.
because of Mikola not being there. That's why.
Yeah, well, Miquella's not there. And Miquella's not ever going to be there.
I mean, we don't
They
know.
specifically said they're not adding new endings. And I mean, even if they add a new ending, fucking disingenuous at that point. My point is, I can't like anything without FromSoft telling me why it's garbage. Fucking Golden Order, secretly garbage. Fucking Halig Tree, secretly
Oh, I
dying.
didn't
Not
know
even
that.
secretly. None of it's secretly. The Golden Order, openly garbage. The fucking Halig Tree, openly dying. The lands between, covered in scarlet rot, and that shit's just gonna spread. It's like, I almost don't mind it if that's the point of it all, but I don't know, somebody who enjoys self-inserting, the game is just telling you to fuck yourself.
Oh.
We started this shit like 3 hours ago or something. The entire fucking conclusion was that everything sucks. It's like, draw any other conclusion. Sure, you assume you can make changes to the Golden Order, even though you put a seal on it that makes sure nothing ever changes. Or that the Age of Fracture is any different from the Age of Fracture that came immediately before it. Or that, you know, natural births and just leaving the kids to fend for themselves is a better end than having a oppressive force with their boot on your throat. But I mean, you're leaving them to fend for themselves in the fucking wilderness that is infested with scarlet rot.
Mm.
This is coming from me, who tried to even make scarlet rot sound nice. Like, I really wanted something nice out of it to self-insert or whatever, but it really is, the only nice thing is killing things. And they don't even stay fucking dead, so really you're just torturing everything you think you're killing. You can't even do that right because death doesn't exist, and in not one ending does death ever successfully exist again, unless that's the ending they give you with Halig Tree, or with Halig Tree, sorry, with the DLC. And even that is kind of just saying, yeah, it's like Lord of Frenzied Flame, but mixed with the Ronnie ending or something.
Here's
Maybe in
the
the
thing
Ronnie
though
ending
about
there's
that.
death.
We
She
never
is a dark path
the
or
death
whatever.
rune
You
isn't a
think
rune that we get to wield, but we do get it from
bring
Malekith.
it back to full form.
So here's my thing. It's never stated whether or not we completely if death is reinstated. But the whole point of us taking down Malekith and freeing the rune of death is just for that singular purpose.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go, because, like, I don't know. I could play the game, but I'm already dripped out, so I guess considering every ending feels like trash to me now.
Uh,
It's like, this is as far as I even want to get in the game. I've beat the game for all I fucking care, I guess.
You're just saying that because you played like 4 different characters.
I don't see how playing one character would have made me feel less depressed about how fucking negative this game has to be about everything. I still like the game and all. I just... I don't know, the fucking story sucks. Flat out sucks. I don't like the story that goes with it. The Elden Ring, as it used to be, as I would have liked it, has to make everything fucking hideous, apparently. Pretty sure the Crucible Knights are just people in cool armor, but screw me or whatever. Or we're fused with the armor. Either way. But, you know, you gotta point out that even the ancient dragons, which I think are badass, except for maybe Placidusax, and only because he's all chopped up, but, you know, oh, they have, like, jagged bits on their faces. No, that's not ideal. But I'm still pretty sure the Crucible Knights are fully formed faces and or just literally as they look in their armor. Which isn't, I didn't think that was too bad. And the Elden Rune itself, like, I had held out hope that at least the variants of the past would have been worth a damn. But it doesn't sound like it was, because yada yada Crucible. And again, I don't see how the Misbegotten and the Crucible stuff makes any sense. Like, that's some of the shittiest explanation to anything I've ever gotten. Ever. And it's like the core fucking sense of anything before what is current. So, and it ties right in with the omens, which are supposedly a curse, but that doesn't make any fucking sense. Nobody explained that shit to me.
Because their souls can't return to the Earth Tree, yada yada. But the thing about it is, like, again,
you know what? Maybe their souls only can't return to the Earth Tree, and maybe it's a curse in the exact same stupid fucking way that Deathroot is. Is that somebody decided it was no longer part of the fucking rune. When somebody pulled a piece of the rune out of the frickin' original Elden Ring, maybe there wasn't. Maybe dragons were the only ugly motherfuckers back then. And everybody who had horns where horns would look good. And anybody who had wings had wings that actually fucking worked and looked good. Not just like Misbegotten that can hover for half a fucking second. The dragons are immortal. The dragons are supposedly at least close to perfection. So, yeah, they got some extra jagged bits, but their body is made out of stone. Jagged-ass stone. I don't think you'd notice if you had a couple of extra jagged bits. Shit's like stubble to them.
I'm just
literally in actual size, too.
I'm just gonna not say anything.
Whatever. Change the fact that everything's shit.
Everything's not shit.
Fucking zombie apocalypse sounds more fun than the fucking Lands Between.
I mean, Zom 100 would agree.
That's somebody in your chat? Is that a
the
game?
anime.
Oh. It was not supposed to be a thing that is good.
I mean,
I
that's
know
one of
it
my
can
biggest
be
issues with
a little funny.
fucking
Damn.
The Walking Dead. It's just like they never got a single happy moment or repose that didn't last for 10 minutes of a single episode before it went to shit.
That's what I'm feeling for all of fucking Elden Ring right now. Except I spent 300 fucking hours grinding shit out in this game. Only for that to be the conclusion, is that Elden Ring is as depressed as fucking as
Walking Dead.
Yeah, the Forgettable Dead. Long game, great gameplay. If you even bother to try to hunt for a story, you're gonna be disappointed.
I'm not disappointed.
I am fucking disappointed. The fact that I can't find one nice, likable thing about this game.
What?
I mean, I guess you could say that everything in this game is likable in the context of you using it to slaughter other beings that never stay dead or whatever. At least, like, I knew that Night City was generally shit going in. But this is like being forced to be an NPC in Night City. Like, even with all the powers that be on your side, you're still just some fucking guy in Night City who catches a random stray bullet in a fucking shootout with a psycho.
Disagree.
You get shot by corpo security while they're defending from a psycho.
I disagree.
In what way? You're the one who fucking proved to me that this game is nothing but hell, so show me what way it's not.
That was never my point.
It wasn't the point you were trying to make, it's the point you fucking made, though. In what way is this game not just hell? You can't. The most happiness you can find is, oh yeah, I hope that this isn't literal hell or something like that.
Nephelilu becoming the Lord of Limgrave.
That is the most fucking backwater shit I've ever heard.
What do you
Limgrave?
mean?
You think I give a shit about Limgrave? That's literally the start of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, you made a point. Limgrave, the small little generic area, and you get to like Stormvale Castle. It's like the smallest fucking place in the lands between. But okay. We'll like Limgrave. That's fine.
Let's see.
You know what that shows? You know what that shows? That's
What?
choosing the quiet life. That's choosing the quiet life in Cyberpunk. That is showing that you really want to enjoy the lands between. You got to be like that one. I don't know if he's a noble or a commoner or whatever. Remember when you first enter the city, you know how there's that guy just sitting there overlooking the city?
Yeah.
That's how you find happiness in the lands between. Doesn't even matter where the fuck you are. You just sit down and you stare at it and you don't fucking move. You don't do anything. You don't accomplish anything. You don't make any change in this fucking world. And it's still full of hideous, horrible fucking monsters that can eat you at any given point. You're not out here for power. You're not out here for change. And you should never have wanted to be Elden Lord. You're here to have a good time, exploring around and looking at shit. And that's it. That's where you should stop. You should never go into Caelid. You should never go into the mountaintop. Just literally hang out in Limgrave, then go through
Oh,
Liurnia, which
right, you.
pretty crappy. But then, enjoy the sights of the city and retire. That's it. That's where the story should end. Should never have gone farther than that. In fact, I would have loved to explore. I still think Halig Tree would have been the best if it weren't for the fact that it is disgusting full of rot. And Melania has really ruined the land of the flame. Everybody else sucks, but Melania has ruined the fucking land of the flame. Because she had to rot in chests and Haelid. Like, they had sealed the rot away. Now, they sealed the rot away, and it's probably eating away at the ground until all of Liurnia falls into that lake of rot and it becomes a giant pit of rot. But, whatever. Until that
I don't
happens.
think the rot can eat away at the earth like that.
Really? Because the lands are sinking. They built on top of it.
That's not...
The lands are sinking. And actually, it might be the water itself that is... it might be the lake itself that is actually sealing away the rot. I guess, in a way. Because we know water is like... or whatever. I don't know. It's I wanted to like things like Farum Azula and Halig Tree. But it's like every time I find something that I like, it turns out to be somehow worse than the shit that's already terrible. Like, I knew Caelid was pretty terrible, but like, if you just look at Caelid, it's got a lot of red flowers, it's got, look, my game fucking crashed, you can hear me talking shit. I didn't do anything, I didn't even move. I looked at a fucking map, and my game fucking crashed. Yeah, I'm done with Elden Ring tonight.
Okay.
You should edit this video and just cut everything after you beat it.
Okay. Hold on before you actually leave. Give me a second to check something.
To be the least satisfying play session of What are you checking? Hello? Cannot hear you. More people playing Elden Ring than ever. Well, not than ever. Then since a long time ago, I suppose.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, well, I was just like, I always like to play devil's advocates, and I also like to receive counterpoints to discuss
Yeah.
different things. I didn't think that it would lead to such a backslide with you, with how it changed your feelings of the game. Like, I don't like
Yeah, I
because
don't know. I still enjoy the game. I just fucking hate the lore. I literally fucking hate the lore now.
I
You've killed the
love the
lore for
lore.
me.
I
Look,
like
I loved speculating about the lore, but I
yes.
hate that you were just entirely right about everything being shit.
I
I've
don't
come
think
to the conclusion that it fucking sucks.
everything isn't 100% shit yet.
It's mostly shit.
It's literally the reason we're here to unshitify this as best we can. Like, literally no one else can. Like, everyone that came before us who tried failed. It's literally our job to unshitify the lands between. Like, look, everyone who's gotten close to being Elden Lord other than us either gave up or went insane and went to Frenzy. And even then, we could still go to Frenzy and we can still do it. We end
Yeah.
this game. We choose to end this game on our terms. Are our options limited? I will not say they aren't, but I will not say that we don't have options.
Well, it's not even the endings that bother me. It's just that, like, I don't know. I try to see the good things, and I just can't anymore. I can't be bothered to anymore. Everything's terrible, and I guess the lands between themselves have won against my hopeful optimism.
Don't give in. Don't give in, Yuki.
Yeah, well, I'll worry about that next time because it is morning. It's my birthday too.
Happy
Fucking
birthday. I didn't know that.
worst Elden Ring stream, and it's my birthday.
You can together. We can beat. We can beat the sadness.
Yeah, we can, but it'll be a different day.
If you say so. This is why. See, Johan, this is why I can't have nice things or friends. This is what happens when you're friends with me. You still there, Yuki?
I'm here.
Yeah, Johan says happy B-Day, mommy Yuki.
Right.
uh, glad to see that's still going on. Going strong. And
I mean, I guess I'm willing to play the game. Like I said, I still enjoy the gameplay. I don't know why I just gotta be fucking depressed about shit. It's just relating too much to hitting too close to home or something. Who knows?
oh.
You know, too real, man. Too real.
It's too real.
Everything ends in death, and the death itself isn't even a nice thing. There is no death. Everything ends in death, and there isn't even death to end it. So it's just never ending death.
It's different. I don't know. Like, I know I'm quote unquote responsible for your outlook being that way, but I still disagree. Like, like I see, like, again, I see what you said about Scarlet Rot, but I'm also there to like notice. Okay, there are problems with this. Death blight.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can see like those who live in death. Is like the thing about like. Here's the thing, like how we were talking about earlier with specifically Death Blight and how like the Golden Order and their revisionist history is what really makes loring hard, because a lot of things are not meant to align because the Golden Order doesn't want them to align because of like how you said it's supposed to be the Golden Order. There was nothing before or after, blah blah blah. Even though we know that's not true, the fact that
Yeah.
there are the Death Birds, those who live in death, the certain
Well, and the
circle
worst
of the
explained
centipede
shit
circle,
is the Crucible.
and
It's
yes, the
just
crucible.
not fucking explained at
Like
all.
here's the thing, the crucible to me is who is we don't exact. It says primordial form of the Erd tree. Okay, what form that is, we don't know. Was it another tree? Was it something else? I think it was. I personally don't know either. I lean towards it being not a tree because they makes.
Well,
But I
my
but
assumption for most of that is that the Crucible is the place that we fight the Elden beast,
potentially, yeah.
and that is inside the Erd tree, which at the time, instead of being a glowing gold tree and having these glowing gold fake trees or whatever, it would have been an actual blending of nature and the kind of space theme that the greater will would be embodying is as an outer god, an external kind of force. So it would have been that is kind of that box is the crucible. That box where we fight that guy is the crucible. And it would be on the inside of an actual physical tree that would have been not even in a different location, but would have literally just been the Erd tree when it was not burned down for the very first time. And of course,
Yes.
there are definitely other possibilities where we see Silurius could have been a tree. The shadow of the Erd tree place. That's like a different. I'm under the assumption that's a different land,
Cheers for
but
that.
that could have still been the original tree before whatever looking death blight thing afflicted it.
Here's the thing, though. Um, in several of the videos, they've made a point to say the thing that's probably wrapped around the tree is one of the like root sprouts or a strangler tree, and like if that's the case, is the Erd tree as we know it even the original great tree, or was it one of the root sprouts or a strangler that took over and that became America's tree and the Golden Order? People always concerned, oh, the Erd tree's being strangled. Are we sure it's not the Erd tree that's doing the strangling here? Because this is before America came to power.
Yep, that's true. Um, Sorry, what is wrapped around the tree? You mean like the veil that we see?
No, if you look at the tree, it's clearly two trees. One is like a
Is it?
giant,
I
yeah,
haven't seen
one is
anything
wrapped
about
around the
that.
other, yeah. And people are just like, oh, something's attached to the Erd
They're
tree.
rather twisted.
Yeah,
Whatever's
it's,
wrapped around it though is very much so looks exactly like it though, doesn't it?
yeah. So I'm just like, no, that's what I was saying. It's like, are we sure what's wrapped
Kinda looks
around it
the
isn't
same.
the original Erd tree? And this is how the Golden Order started. Like, that's the whole point of the DLC. Like, We're going to where America first stepped foot as a god, and we're seeing all the things that were there before America and the Golden Order.
Yeah.
So, are we sure? Are we sure? Are we sure which tree is the actual Erd tree? Is it the one being strangled, or is it the one strangling?
Oh, we definitely, but we don't even know that that's not just one tree. There are a lot of trees that are just multiple, like,
True.
trees that are pushed into one. And we already know that grafting is a large part of, like, this world in general. So,
True.
could just be that that was, like, two minor Erd trees that grew around each other, twisted all up. What messes me up is compare it to the actual Erd tree, or even the other minor Erd trees, and it looks messed up. Like it's twisted off to one side and all. Right?
Yeah.
It's not a healthy looking tree like other trees. But there's
No.
also the fact that it has giant veils, and that the veils themselves kind of remind me of the Black Knight armor.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of interesting things to discuss. I'm no longer depressed for no reason.
There we go.
I don't know why I was being depressed for no reason.
There we go. That's why I didn't want to leave on a sad note.
Yeah. I just needed time to stop being depressed. We don't have to leave either. I was already saying I was willing to play the game for the sake of playing the game as well. Like, I love my drip. I love my weapons. But I don't know, it's just the weight of the, like, and the vagueness of it fucking pisses me off. Why you gotta be vague? Why can't you tell me what's good and what's bad? Like shit.
Because they do tell you what's good and what's bad. Omen bad, snakes bad.
Or like
They do tell you.
they tell us Omen's bad, but like Omen's bad according to who? Omen's bad according to the Golden Order? Or is Omen actually a bad thing to be? Are Omen born without grace, like the Misbegotten are? Or is that just what they're telling us? And again, is that just like Deathroot, where maybe the Omen used to be a part of the Elden Ring, but that was removed, and ever since then, anybody born Omen with aspects of the Crucible is now turned away in much the same way that those who live in death are turned away from the Earth. Because again, Deathroot Deathroot existed maybe, and those who live in
Here's the
death
thing.
existed maybe, but Deathroot as it is afflicts you, and then you can no longer go back to the Erd Tree. You become those who live in death, like Rogier.
I believe Deathroot. Ow. I don't believe Deathroot existed. I believe undead and such as like those who live in death and deathbirds exist. Deathroot is an issue with Godwin and the way he was killed, and that's my thing. I don't have a problem with
but
the
it ties in. It ties in directly with the his. It ties in directly with.
But here's the
like,
thing.
I don't remember where.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's the same way with
that
like
people
the
are
Formless
turned
Mother
away
and Mode.
because
It's just like the Formless Mother
their
has a
soul
connection
itself
with the Omen,
recognizes.
but she is not the source or main thing that goes on with the Omen. Like Godwin and the thing that happened to him is something very similar to those who live in death.
Formless
and
Mother has nothing to do with the Omen. The Formless Mother has everything to do with blood. Moog went and
Omen
chose
blood
the
specifically.
Formless Mother. No. Moog's Omen blood, blood flame might have to do with Omen blood, but Moog's Omen blood made him stronger, which made him more appealing to the Formless Mother. Like, she is not a creator or related to the existence of Omen at all. He chose to serve her out of free will. And the fact that his eye was gouged out. In much the same way that, like, Hyetta sees the frenzied flame in her non-functioning eyes. We know that, like, the briars cause blood to get into the eyes of the guilty, and that's how they discovered the Formless Mother. Moog has an eye gouged out. That's how he even came to see the Formless Mother. He wasn't originally tied to the Formless Mother at all. Him and just like Morgott would not have been grace given initially. He had no connection to grace. But we fight a Morgott the grace giver. At the end of the fight, I think he's grace given. But yeah, Moog is Omen aren't tied to the Formless Mother. That's just Moog. Omen are tied probably more closely to the Crucible, or they just know their own thing. They're tied to the Misbegot probably as creatures of the Crucible twisted in form or something. So yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, perhaps like Deathloop, Omen and Misbegot used to be a part of it all, and it probably were. Probably they once were. And you even see a red-haired Misbegot with Dragon's Golden Order sword.
Those who live in death, they mostly, like you said, like they're technically undead the same way death right birds are. It's like that's probably what's going on with them. Because like how I kept saying, like there are different ways to die in the Last Between, and each one usually has to do with a different type of god of death. It's just like there's usually, like, because of like it's the how you die and where your soul goes in the end.
Yeah, that kind of we're back to Elden Ring, reminding me kind of Skyrim. In Skyrim, you got to choose where your soul goes after you die. I mean, you don't die in Skyrim, you stay dead. But if you have lycanthropy, then your soul runs forever in the fields. If you are a vampire, your soul, if it does die, would go to kind of that one plane of existence, the one plane of terror or whatever. There's if your soul gets sucked into a soul gem, there's Solstein, which is, I think it's called Solstein, which is just Valhalla. So there are quite a number of options for where your soul would go after you, as Dragonborn, inevitably die of old age or whatever gets you.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. It's I think Omen was probably tied to. They say Omen have aspects of the Crucible, right? And I think. And Misbegot too.
The way it has.
And we know the Crucible, or the original tree, has been all but forgotten as a blasphemy, as well as the dragons, even though both can still be revered within the Golden Order, so that's confusing.
Like the
And the
dragons,
Crucible Knights
the
themselves were were themselves removed from, you
oh,
know,
you
grace,
just made me
only to
you
be
just gave
brought
me a
back
very
in.
good point, Yuki. You just made a very good point. The dragons and the Earth Tree fought until it was decided that the dragons belief in dragons didn't contradict belief in the Earth Tree because of like the dragons' connection with the old order that dealt with the Elden Ring and them having gold in them. That's most likely the dragons were probably out of the Golden Order, and that's the reason why they went to war.
Why'd they go to Oregon? I'm confused.
Okay,
Guys, say it
again,
again.
the Elden Ring is what determines the Elden Lord, not the Golden Order. The Golden Order is just the
Yeah,
religious group that is now in control of the Elden Ring. Before it was
yeah,
once pulling a Saxon and dragon, and when the Golden Order
yeah.
tried to put dragons on the out, that's when they went to war, and that's when they had to roll all that stuff back and say like, okay, no, dragons are okay in the Golden Order now. That's
Literally,
most
whenever they
likely
get
what
their ass
happened.
beat.
Yeah, that's most likely what
Well,
happened.
but that's what I'm confused about Crucible Knights, especially, is they are wrapped in a primordial gold. So to even
Which is
to
red
acknowledge
gold.
them, which is red gold, which relates to draconic lightning, but is also an actual physical thing.
Yeah.
And at the very least, the tree Crucible Knight is intentionally showing aspects of the Crucible. Well, they're called Crucible Knights, so I guess
Yes.
there's that. But they don't have Omen Curse. They represent the actual true Crucible itself, and they
Yes.
are not Omen Cursed in the least.
Yes.
So there's something about the Crucible that doesn't have to be Omen Cursed.
Yes.
Misbegotten, I guess, could be an example of that, but they're not faithful. They have zero grace. Whereas the Tree Crucible Knight, or the Crucible Knights in general, use holy magics.
Here's the thing about Omen that always gets me. It's like, okay, they have aspect, but here's the thing. All right, what's the difference between the Omen and the Misbegotten? Because like both of them are
Are
touched
without
by
grace.
are without grace, touch aspects of the Crucible, but only
Yeah,
Misbegotten are seen as pretty much second class citizens and barely human. But the Omen are
yeah,
seen as like this religious pariah, and we literally see like the reason why is because of the curses that their body accumulates. Why do they do
yeah,
that? What is that
yeah.
about?
We get like no. Well, Dung Eater quest might answer some of that, right? Like Dung Eater's supposed to be an omen, and
He
for
has
the
the soul
curse,
of the
there's a whole
Omen,
seed.
but
He
is
has this whole
human in
seedbed thing
form.
going on too.
Yeah, the seedbed curse is how he curses people so that when they are reborn and their children are born, they will all be cursed and be owned.
But like, whereas the Omen didn't seem so bad, it's like he seems to be the worst. You know what I mean?
Dung Eater, yeah.
Right? It's like being an Omen didn't stop Morgoth from being a kind of okay person, but Dung Eater is the worst. Moog might not be ideal, and then being Omen isn't even what brings about the greatest downfalls. Like, I guess Mikola gets abducted by Moog or whatever, which is terrible.
Yes.
But it's not like the gate is blocked by Morgoth, and it's not like, so you could almost say omens are their namesake. They're omens of bad tidings, but they themselves seem to be pale comparisons to the so-called bad tidings they represent. Like
Yeah.
Moog, I would say, is a omen of the bad tidings that come from Melania. And
Melania.
yeah, because Scarlet Rot Goddess, he and his blood are very reminiscent of her and her Scarlet Rot, and he abducts Mikola, who is the only thing that could potentially save her. And then you have the grace given Omen, who is an example of everything that is wrong with the grace, blindly following the Golden Order. And
Yeah.
Radagon, who is an exact example of everything wrong with the grace, personified, blindly following the Golden Order. Whereas Marika questions it, Marika tries to make it better. He just controls her, he manipulates Renala, all for the sake of yeah, he forges that peace treaty, but really just to deal Renala's ruin, all in the name of this so-called Golden Order that uses intelligence rather than actual faith.
It
It
uses
is
both.
it is not, yeah, well, it's a bit of both, but it is,
Yeah,
if
I
you
get what
ask
you mean.
me, it's just talking about the cunning, the conniving that is Radagon.
Hmm.
Yeah, I do wish people were more inventive, Bob. Like,
What do you mean?
I like, I like how Bleed looks, and this is the whole viability thing. But I like how Bleed looks, but I hate that it's the only thing people have. And I like how Ronnie's ending is, but I hate that it's the only ending people ever choose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
Like,
mean,
there's
the
these
thing about that
aspects
is
of each
because
that I love, but
the thing about the reason why, other than simping, the reason why I think people choose Ronnie's ending is because it's the only ending that's just not more of the same, but with a different flavor.
yeah, it is the biggest difference in endings aside from like Friendly Flame.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. And Frenzied Flame is very much so an evidently a self-evident bad ending,
Yeah, not ideal. It's literally,
right?
again, it's literally people who just want to kill themselves but can't because they have to kill everyone so they can die.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there is the one potential hope that you are really melting back into the entity that was
The
the
one
original
great.
god or whatever. Yes, the one
And
great.
that, also that needs explaining. That's another thing. You need, like, don't just put a single throwaway line. No, explain that.
Yeah, yeah. I Yeah, well, hopefully DLC gets a bit deeper into stuff we already know and doesn't just introduce us to new questions, because that'll piss me off.
I
But
know for a fact it will introduce a few new questions, but
well, yeah,
my
no,
thing
but
that'll
if it
piss me off.
just introduces questions,
Yeah, no, you put some answers in this too. Like, no,
you
I'm fine
put
with
you
you.
put some answers. We
Yeah,
need
you
we
put
need
some.
to reference some of the old stuff and get new information. Because if
Look,
it's
yeah,
nothing but new questions.
and don't answer questions that nobody asked either. That's even worse.
Yeah, wait till they ask them. But then like what? They're gonna drop another update just to answer questions that they wanted to answer the first time, but nobody had the thought of asking it yet. I don't know.
Yeah.
But what were we talking about? Yeah, I don't
Uh,
know. It's like Nicola's lack of access just drives me nuts. Nicola's hailing through being rotted drives me nuts. But kill it is great. The rot swamp and the rot lake, it's all that's well the rot lake is terrible, but the rot
Here's the
swamp I
thing.
thought was kind of okay.
My issue
Because
with
like I
all
said, the
that is that
flowers, whatnot.
you can give me some positives for even like death blight,
Even the worst
or
stuff, yeah.
but you cannot. I cannot find a single positive about Scarlet Rot. Like, yeah, it's rebirth, but it's also ego death to me, which is also just bad, if not worse. You can show me good examples of those who live in death with
No,
Bia,
but
but the only good example of Scarlet Rot we have is Millicent and Melania, people who reject it. You can't give us a single good rep for that.
I would say Melania, after she embraces it, is a good example. She sprouts wings, right? She has gone full rot at that point, multiple blooms, full rot. She is going further and further into rot, but she is literally turning into like a butterfly. And to
Yeah, I
say
guess the whole
that,
thing. Nicola has that.
insectoid might not be your favorite look, but if all it is a sort of metamorphosis where your body is this very uncomfortable cocoon, it doesn't
My whole
sound
thing.
itself the worst. The problem is you have to make sure that you are going through a transformation and not just becoming mushroom food.
Which
That's
is
where
also
the
another
the
big
needle
issue.
comes in or whatever is it's metamorphosis versus the actual concept of rotting. The rotting is not good, but
No.
metamorphosing into a butterfly of consumption of the rot or whatever is it is not as terrible as you know other things can be. Just like
Yeah.
being a spirit isn't as bad as being a guy who just got shoved back into his own body 10 times until he just ended up being a puddle slime.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to be a slime made out of corpse material, but being a ghost is whatever. I don't want to be a mushroom or, mushroom feed, but becoming a rosebud or a butterfly or even some scorpion man like out of the freaking Mummy movie. Oh, that scorpion senpai. That sounds kind of cool. I'm just saying, the guy before Millennium was Scorpion Senpai. That's my head. We get his thing. It's not the worst, and it's obviously not ideal. But it's not the worst when thought of that way. If you somehow, survive no ego death, you just physically transform to a sufficiently painful process. Um, other abilities, other gods, but like
Yeah. Johan just says, yeah, that's all well and good, but she's also dying each time. It's just like metamorphosis is great, but not when you have to die to do it. That's also, yeah, that's the whole thing with Millicent. It's like, yeah, you will change, but the person that's gonna come out of that change isn't you anymore.
yeah, it isn't you how you were or whatever. That's not ideal. No. but that's also a lot of this game, right? Like,
Not ideal, but I'll take it. Yeah, that's pretty much,
well,
that's a good definition.
not ideal, but I'll take it. It's the death of yourself. Like I said, there's laying down in various coffins as a literal means to get through like a lot of what that end game is. There, but there's also just the Shabriri ending. There's the fact that you go limp when Melina goes and sets herself on fire. Like, what's that about? Why do you have to go limp? Why do you wake up in timeless Farum Azula?
Well, two things. One, I don't know about Limp. Maybe you're just sad that your own first friend is dead. But also, two, it's also
You
foreshadowed in a
don't
bunch of lore shit
look at
that
her and cry. You don't
there's
like
also
shake a little bit. You just like
fall
pass
over.
the fuck
Yeah,
out.
but I'm just saying it's also foreshadowed in a bunch of lore shit how you get to Farum Azula is being consumed by flame and not dying. I mean, that's how Alexander gets there.
Alexander?
The Jar Man, he gets there when he bathes in lava.
Oh.
Like that's how you just get there, not dying by fire for some
Not
reason.
dying by fire.
That's just how it
Well, but
is.
you'd think you'd be consumed by chaos flame, and then you'd continue from Farum Azula.
You do when you do the chaos ending. You well, oh, you mean when you do the ending?
I didn't see it happen when you do the ending, and I didn't see it happen when I chose Frenzied Flame as my
Yeah, when you
choice
throw
either.
your yeah when you throw yourself into the furnace, you come out in Farum Azula.
Okay. Oh yes, you still have to go to the furnace.
Yeah,
Yeah, forget things like that too. Like, why would you need to go to the furnace? You're
because
already supposed to be. You're
you need two
already
things.
touched by the fingers.
You need two things. You need specifically the flame of ruin because it was prophesied that it would burn down the Erd tree this time, and you need the rune
Behind
of
the
death
doors.
to be
So you know
unshackled.
how behind the doors, the two fingers is a physical thing that you can come back and see.
Yes.
Behind the doors of Frenzied Flame, you get touched by the fingers, but then in the cutscene, like you just kind of like what do the fingers turn to ash or something? Because like they're no longer in that room. Were you just delusional? Were the fingers ever even real?
I think they become a part of
They become a part of you.
you
Well, they
because that's
certainly
the
didn't
only.
become a part of Vike because he was wearing armor. But maybe that's
Mm-hmm.
why you have to take your armor off.
Yes, that's what I think. Because
So
if
do you think
not,
when you
then
touch Hayato's eyeballs that your three fingers that you reach out that you're actually now you are the three fingers?
because she says she's because we have to touch her eyeballs, and she says she's reading the words of the three fingers. What three fingers? We touched you.
Hmm, interesting. I wonder if we use the same hand that guy grabs, and if maybe that disproves the whole um, that he cuts your finger off or whatever.
Yeah, again, if
Vare.
he doesn't, yeah, this he doesn't do that. Like again, if
I
you,
also thought he just
yeah,
bloodied our finger, but it is pale, like a dismembered or something. Just
I
saying,
mean,
it is
Omen
pale.
skin, it's
You hear
usually
sound.
pale skin. They're just usually filthy.
I mean,
Look at Morgott and Mode. The Omen are usually pale. They're just always filthy when we
yeah,
see
it's
them.
interesting that they have like a human-bodied, human-sized, smaller Morgott for after you defeat him. I don't know if he's out of blood, if he's just like let out all his omen blood that he was building up, or what was going on, because he does all those blood attacks. They're like, or maybe not blood, but he does all those attacks after we cut him down to halfway that are like omen related for sure.
No, that is a good question. We never actually understand why he does become human form when he dies.
On top of which, is he grace given? He's grace given only during half the fight or whatever, and isn't it the half that he is coughing up almond blood or whatever? And is it not? I mean, we know for a fact that the almonds themselves, like it's a curse. It looks kind of death blighty. It's the exact same attack that the the weird things in Liurnia use. The revenants use, and the revenants kind of remind me of Godric the Grafted and his weird spider
Mm,
thing. Although I don't know if they're the same. I know they have twisted bodies. They're not actually themselves grafted, but
how much faith
they
do
just
I
kind
need
of
to
remind me.
use Pelagius Saxon?
What do you need?
I said, I wonder, I was thinking because I was going through myself, I was like, how much
How
faith do
much
I need
faith?
to use Pelagius Saxon's flame breath?
I don't know. Um, and it'd be partially arcane, I'm sure, because it is a dragon communion spell.
Yep.
Pelagiusax's breath is actually one of my favorite just moves in the game. It's
It
literally
looks
Hyper Beam.
cool as fuck. Yes.
Literally Hyper Beam.
All right, where was I? Right. Let's see who's in it. But yeah, again, I'm fine with more questions than answers, but no, you need to give us some answers, not just questions.
Hopefully. Yep.
Like that's how the lore community starts, with just like that. So I'm just like, you gotta give us something.
Yeah, I don't know. I like so much of what they're supposedly used to be or potentially could have been. So that's why this constant negativity hurts me. It's like I like the concept of a primordial Elden Ring, like the ring itself being a primordial tree, and Mikkela's hailing tree being actually functional. And I guess like that's supposed to be what a lot of it is. Like Radon isn't his fully powered self. You know, Melania isn't Melania, but healthy. Not everything's going to be nice. Not everything should be. But like some of my favorite stuff, and then like they really gotta ruin even the stuff that feels intentionally made for the opposite effect. Like I would say the Herring Tree's kind of a perfect example in that it's ruined, but at the same time it can be used as instead of being as a fortification away from rot, it is used as a prison that holds the rot. You know what I mean? It's protecting the rest of the world almost as it rots away.
Yeah.
I really like the hailing tree as a concept. I like all the trees in this game, all of the healthy trees. I like the trees in this game, and that's part of what's so sad too. Is all these trees They're flawed, they're imperfect, they're dying, they've burned for the millionth fucking time, and then they have to do it again. We have to do it again, or whatever. And then, like, the next tree, it doesn't look healthy either. It looks all twisted and gnarled and fucked up. And I'm tired of all the good shit in this game being supposedly the
That.
worst
Yeah.
or bad in some function. But yeah, well, it used to be good, but guess what? No. And then you're like, did it used to even be good? And like, I like the concept of asking the hard questions that nobody else asks. But we finally got like viable faith, which is still significantly just, well, not significantly, but generally worse than magic. We finally got viable faith, and then like, I don't know, it's got these flaws, it's got those flaws, it's got these other flaws. I want to make the perfect golden order or whatever, but it kind of feels, I don't know, mid. And there's choosing Ronnie's ending, but just because everybody chooses Ronnie's ending, and just like, I really want to tell them that, like, sure, there's the potential things go well, and I'm choosing it like my main character for all the reasons that I honestly think you should be choosing it. But with everybody else blindly choosing it, I hope that all of their endings are secretly just where the world goes to shit because they weren't there. Like, you thought you were choosing the best ending, but guess what? Now the golden or the greater will is not there to hold back the actual chaos, not the chaos flame chaos, but the actual chaos of the lands between. The Scarlet Rot, the Blood
If I'm gonna
Cult,
be
all that shit.
100%, I'm gonna be 100%. I don't think they were doing that well of a job holding that shit back. Even
There are
when the
minor
golden,
Erd trees across the land between. Now,
yeah,
they might still be there because they're actual physical trees, but we see that they do lose out to Scarlet Rot sometimes. But even when they're losing out, they have gold on them. Faded Erdleaf is not quite the same, but you see that gold is trying to grow through. And, at the very least, it conceptually should be able to hold some of that back. I mean, unalloyed gold is what Mikola uses to hold all that back very, fairly successfully. So obviously, gold has some potential there, and I'd say you can't really be possessed by two gods at once. So you get frenzied or you get rotted, but you wouldn't be your mind wouldn't be frenzy rotted. It would be frenzied or rotted, and you can serve the greater will, but you're not a vassal of the greater will. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's like, but if you were infected by madness, I would think the madness would burn away the rot, or vice versa. The rot would win over the madness. I mean, you could just die with the two fighting inside you over control. But for the most part, if you were fully frenzied, you would go up against rot. Probably better off than like somebody who has zero allegiance with any other god. Just because you'd have like, as is not flame cleansing or anything, but flame cleansing, for example, that's just, if you ask me, an example of using the outer god of spell flame to burn away whatever ailment you have.
The outer
Law of
god of what?
regression. Law of regression is using your intellect, your knowledge of the faith that you're in of the Golden Order faith and using the knowledge of it to remove said faith impurities from yourself. There's flame cleanse me, there's law of regression. Um, there's a magic that removes only a select few things from you. It's something like it removes sleep, it removes something and something else. But yeah, and that would be just using your intellect to cure yourself rather than a faith-based thing. Using magic to cure yourself. So yeah, by having these other powers that be, you can kind of protect yourselves from things like that. And it's not necessarily perfect. I mean, these guys were wrapped in at least blessed gold armor, and they still rotted from the inside out.
Yeah, the armor protected their armor was protected, their flesh was not.
Yep.
That's the thing.
Yep. I don't even know how protected the armor was.
Because of
I mean,
unalloyed
just
gold.
well, no, it wasn't unalloyed gold. It was blessed.
Oh,
Unalloyed
yeah, they
gold was the
consecrated
healing
that. They had some
consecrated.
unalloyed
No,
gold, but
but
they did have
yes,
consecrated armor.
it was blessed. It was consecrated. It was warded against the rot for sure. But
Yeah.
my question is to do with why it's colored the way it is. You see the silver at the edges, and I have to wonder, is the silver kind of the enchantment, or is the silver the color the armor originally was? And the fact that these guys have been literally laying in a rot swamp started to even eat away at their armor after so long. Like, not eat away at it, but like eat away at it. It's like dyed the armor in the color of rot at this point. Just something I was wondering. Like, is and we've even seen the needle be a more, at least when we
The
change it the
completed
one
needle
way,
is white, or at least
is
at
silver, white, something like
yeah,
that.
but the normal uncompleted needle is still a pale yellow gold.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I was just wondering because, like, so I guess what I would assume then is that maybe the armor's supposed to look orangish, and that it's gold, and or because gold is just the color of thing, and either that it was enchanted to become gold, or it was gold and then enchanted to become white, much in the same way that the better needle is. That it's white along the edges because there's kind of an aura of the. Good night. Bye bye. Oh my god, Hayata realizing about the eyeballs was really disgusting. Not just because she realized she was eating eyeballs or that she got sick about it, but remember, you gotta remember back to like right before that, the last time you had seen her or whatever, she talked about how you seemed more stable than everybody, than the rest of the people. Like you're more solid, you're more there. Whereas they seem to just be kind of shambling. And then that they would hand her these grapes, or they would scream in agony, but they would hand her grapes or whatever. And then she realizes, so those noises were, and then she just kind of goes quiet about it. But the
No,
noises
she
were these
stretches.
people ripping out their own flaming eyeballs
Yep.
right in front of her. She never realized that. That's when she gets sick or whatever. That is gnarly to me. See, that's where like the frenzied flame and the absolute disturbingness with the frenzied flame is played very tastefully. You know what I mean? And
I'm
that's
sorry.
where like I
How?
feel like
What?
it's played tastefully in a way that like it's disturbing, but it's disturbing in a way that you want to hear more about. You know what I mean?
Ah, okay,
Like
yeah.
it is intentionally disturbing in a way that actually entices. Where like the Scarlet Rye, like it exists and it is interesting, but the fact that they don't tell us more, it leaves it kind of up to interpretation, which is not bad. But that's where like I feel most of the game leans the wrong direction with it all, and that they like to leave too much to interpretation, where it's like, they might even say show don't tell, but like in this instance, because they don't tell you fucking anything about anything ever, I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more about the lands that I am supposed to be inhabiting, of the
Agreed.
endings that we are getting.
Agreed.
Drives me nuts that I don't get that we don't get any more information. And like when there's a puzzle, I don't know, give us a single fucking clue about it. Because like so often it's like, and now you go way over here and find them. So how would that have happened naturally,
Yeah.
organically? Yeah, it would have been what fucking like I've put in hundreds of hours, and there was no chance that I stumbled across this naturally. So you would have spent what thousands of fucking hours just running around the lands between, looking for a character's next location over there. And that's where I'm saying, like, this game would not succeed outside the age of the internet, if you
You
ask me.
say that, but then
Just not
Legend
in the
of
way it
Zelda. But
did.
I also agree because
But
again,
Legend of Zelda gives you clues.
no, I'm so like
Legend of
OG
Zelda
Zelda. But here's the
gives
thing,
you
I agree. But here's the
annoyingly
thing, it's a holdover from
obvious
original Dark
clues.
Souls because the games were again like how you hate it. They were so linear, but that linearness is what
Yeah.
allowed them to be able to do this because characters would you would always be able to go everywhere, see
You'd
everything, and
always
be
run into, yeah, you'd always run into the character again.
yeah.
Whereas
There'd be
here,
no way
not
you
so
miss it.
much.
Yeah.
And well, that's what I'm saying. In Skyrim, you have the quest markers, but even that could be, you don't need that much. They tell you, oh, meet me in Riverwood for the next quest. You know what I mean? Whereas Hayeda's like, I'm going on a pilgrimage. Bye. And then you have to find her 10 more fucking times, right? Gold Mask. You have to find him 10 more fucking times.
Technically, you
And
only need to find him
naturally, you'd
3
never
times.
find him. Well, you have to find him. Yeah, well, Gold Mask you only have to find 3 times, but Brother Corin you have to find at least 4, because you have at least one time where you have to find him outside the Round Table Hold, but before he reaches Gold Mask. And you have to find Gold Mask to tell him where Gold Mask is, and then you go find them both again, and then you go find them both again. And on that third meeting with Gold Mask, or fourth meeting with Corin or whatever, you have to you have to have used law of regression at this point on the statue. Like, and this is my point. There is maybe one clue in all of that, and that's right in front of the sign where it tells you to use regression. And to be fair, it pretty well tells you to use
Here's the
regression,
thing.
but
Maybe that would work out better because we get from Uriel that there's a secret in the statue, and law of regression and like in the way it works. If we use law of regression to do that anywhere fucking else,
If we used, well, exactly, if you used anything to do anything more than once, kind of as an example, like Legend of Zelda likes to show you examples, and then being that they're statues, like that's a thing you would go up to and test, as opposed to like hitting walls until you find a hole in the wall, jumping off of cliffs and just hoping or randomly falling onto an invisible path. So many invisible paths too. Illusionary walls, invisible paths. That's stuff I didn't particularly love in Dark Souls either.
in Dark Souls they at least had, they were like, this wall is slightly indented into the wall differently than the rest, or this place should lead me somewhere and I can't get out. Like, I guess there's a hidden path somewhere. Like, there were ways for you to figure that out, but in this, the game is so big and so wide that they've forgotten that. Which is like, again with Quest. Like, yeah, the way you did Quest in Dark Souls would it work in Dark Souls, but this is not Dark Souls anymore. You've made this world far too big.
Yeah. You're missing a lot of NPC dialogue. You're missing a lot of upgrade materials. The fact that they give you a separate upgrade material for everything. You need 2 different types of upgrade materials for your summons. You need 2 different types of upgrade materials for your weapons. And it's just like, well, that stuff, you stumble across some of it naturally for sure, and then into the later game, you actually get the later game upgrades. That's all fine. But yeah, it's really weird how, like, you can get an 8 and a 9 in Caelid, but you can't get a 7 until you're either like in the sewers of Leyndell or you've beaten the Godskin Noble in Mount Gelmir. So you can get everything from 1 through, well, you can't. And again, 5 and 6 were also Mount Gelmir. So short of getting Abductor version over to Mount Gelmir. Killing a whole Godskin Noble. Are you there, Grand?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just delving. But yeah,
Where
are
would you
correct.
live in the lands between?
Let me check the map again.
Yep. I
Um,
still like the Halig tree. I just would definitely be concerned about
not the
receiving
Weeping
rot.
Peninsula. Let's see. Definitely not Caelid or Aeonia.
So it's
Haven't
like
been
if I'm
to.
dropped in as a tarnished with nothing, obviously everybody's answer is Limgrave. Because it's the only place you can survive.
It's the only decent place to live now that I'm looking at the map, because like
Yes
outside
and
of
no.
Urge, I mean, you could go to Langdale, but they're prejudiced and bigoted. The
There's Lanedale. There's
wood Altus
there is
Plateau has so much fucked up crap there because of the war, and I'm not going to Gelmir. Hell no. Liurnia is maybe,
Liurnia has a
but
lot of stuff. You got Ryle and
Liurnia
Caria.
maybe.
You've got Caria Manor. You've got Ronnie's Rise. You've got
Well, here's the thing. I would maybe, but if I would
one
live in
place
Karya, but
all the way to the right.
I'd probably be suspicious of everything I ever drunk because Celibacy is still there.
That's funny. You could kill him. You can kill him for yourself.
Maybe. Yeah, I probably, you know, if I'm being perfectly honest, I'd probably just live at the Church of Vows in Liurnia with the Turtle Man or in Jarburg.
You like the Church of Vows that much?
It is probably the most comfortable and solace place other than Jarburg in all of Liurnia. Limgrave, once we put Nefeli on the
You
throne,
say that, but there's the school itself,
the school
right?
sucks.
Lucaria.
That school is
School would be
full of
great if you're a sorcerer.
nonsense. Metal,
Uh,
crying virgins, giant crabs, and mad scientist sorcerers everywhere.
uh, you imagine the sorcerers are just people. It's Hogwarts, man.
You say that like Hogwarts didn't have any fucking shit, but also there's a
Oh, it's got
war
all
going
sorts of
on.
fuck shit, but
There's a
it's
war going
Hogwarts.
on outside. There's a
Sometimes fuck
swamp full
shit's
of
fun.
There's a swamp full of Albinorks that are ready to
Nothing,
attack you.
nothing outside can touch you.
Fine.
Inside, as long as you're inside, nothing outside can touch you.
Actually, you know what?
Because it's sealed if you don't have a key.
You know what? Actually, still that's a def still no. Because if I ever want to go outside, I might run across a lobster. Fuck those things.
He doesn't like Raya Lucaria because he wants to touch grass and there's only lobster.
Those things are evil. Those things are fucking evil. Don't pretend like they're not.
Yeah, but that being said, the lobsters.
Also, the octopus mating
lobsters are
grounds are not too
edible.
far from here.
No, octopus are not ideal, but the lobsters are edible, and in the lands between, finding something to eat is kind of important.
I don't know. If I go to Church of Vows, there's some turtle meat.
That's so mean. There's well, the giant crabs are honestly not a bad idea.
They're not
in Raya Lucaria either. But the abductor virgin probably wouldn't bother you. If you lived there, you gotta think if you lived there.
Okay.
So the abductor virgin wouldn't bother you. The giant ball usually wouldn't be trying to squish you. It's still weird that that's the only way into that half of the school, though. Like what?
The Halig tree is nice, but again, Scarlet Rot.
The Halig tree, yeah, that's the biggest problem. Is Rot is still a bad guy, no matter how you look at it. Unless you want to become yourself rotted, Rot is still the bad guy. You can wield rot weapons without receiving rot, but you cannot yourself live in rot without becoming rot. But you could live in the Halig tree and not become rot. There are segments of the Halig tree that are less rotted, for sure.
But yeah, the only place I can think of is probably just fucking Limgrave and those couple places in Liurnia.
Yeah. Limgrave, a few places in Liurnia. I still like Leyndell. Not like a huge fan of it, but yeah, pre-Ash and Leyndell. Before Ash, I mean, Leyndell is definitely a place. You could find yourself living.
Hold on
if you
real
wanted
quick.
to. You
Johan,
could live where
why in the
boss
living
fight
hell would you want to live in Caelid? The giant dogs, the crows, Gallery.
Pretty flowers. He wants to be a butterfly man. He wants true power. Power to be a butterfly.
He wants his jump to
or
fall
maybe
off.
a scorpion.
Or her. I don't know what
Wow.
Johan is.
Spider. You could become a spider if you want to be spider centaur. Like in Tsukimichi. Spider centaur.
Wait.
Yeah. I'm just
Hold
sad
on.
that the Halig tree isn't in nicer condition. As long as you're
Why
not
the
eating the
what?
mushroom, you'll be fine.
Um,
The water might be tainted too. I guess
that
you
is.
gotta.
I just now noticing this. Why?
What? What?
Um, the small dungeons that we can go into that are usually in caves. At first, I thought because they were all like reddish brown holes in the ground, that I always thought that had something to do with frenzy. So I've just been going to all of them now.
I did
But
too.
I'm noticing, yeah. But I'm going to know. But I'm going into them and going to the boss room now. It looks like these are all meteor strike locations because I
Oh,
just
with the
noticed that
gold?
every boss room is a meteor. This is a meteor.
Is it a meteor?
It is. This is
I
what
thought that
meteors
was
look
just a
like.
pile of gold.
No, this is what meteors look like. Like when you go
I
to
thought
the
meteors look different. Look at meteor strike spots, and it's sparser. It's never condensed into one little pocket like that.
I know. So that's what makes me wonder. But they have meteorites in the god towers, and they look just like these, but smaller. Actually, no. They have they usually have one that's this big at the top, surrounded by smaller ones that look like the eye of the fill god. These are meteors. That explains why
So
they're always mining. Look at this area. It did fall down here. It's just been closed up after so long. That's why they're mining here.
so that used to be the location where a meteor hit, and that's probably why the bosses they probably absorb energy from the original meteor or whatever. That's why they
Oh
sit
yeah,
right atop of it.
yeah,
Well, and you notice the bosses themselves tend to sit right atop of it.
yeah.
But I gotta say, point to be made for the fact that there is a magma worm laying belly down on top of that meteor, which looks very much like gold. I'd say that's got to be reminiscent to the concept of dragons and hoarding. But yeah, and they're always on top of the thing in center too, aren't they? Like typically, at least.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, there's a fallen star beast in Kaylee.
I don't recall
No,
what.
Johan says there's a fallen star beast in Kaylee.
True. Cool. Because I know I fought the one on top of Mount Galmir, and I know I fought one in just an open green field or whatever. Where was that? Oh, I think that's. I don't know. But I definitely haven't fought one in Caleb. That's something else I wanted to do. Not right now, because I'm tired. But,
Is your
I wanted to
birthday
go get
today
Meteor
or was it
Vestel.
last night?
No, it's this morning, tomorrow, today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I already go to this? I think I have been to this already. Why? Check in a second. Hmm.
Yeah, we gotta get Meteor Stell soon.
It gives you smithing stones and bellberry.
What does?
The star beast.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I found that factoid about thing interesting, but all those marks are thing. And the Fell God and the fire that it creates is very interesting. Like, I'm pretty sure it's different from Frenzied Flame,
Yes.
but it might not be at all different from Black Flame.
Isn't black flame a type of death flame?
Um, the God skins use Black Flame, but it's not Ghost Flame.
Yeah. Ghost
It's a
flame is a
flame
greenish
that,
blue and black.
yeah, it's a flame that brings about the death of like gods, I would say, but it more so seems to be used as like you got the god slaying sword, you got the god skins, right? I think they were tied to the Glowmite Queen, weren't they? Or am I
Yes.
just making that up?
The godskins are tied to the Glowmite Queen. They were her
Okay.
people.
But the Black Flame monks are the biggest reason why I say that the Fell God has to be related to Black Flame. Because there are Flame monks, and then there are Black Flame monks, who are just Flame monks in a different color palette.
That's because they
They
were
literally
flame
still have the
monks who
armor. Yeah, but
defected.
they
They,
literally still have the Fell God's face
yeah,
on
but
the chest piece of their armor.
it's the same reason like how we said like how all the armor looks kind of samey as palette swap. Like they are those monks, but they just quit and
So it's
defected from
laziness.
that faction. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if they can give the soldiers and even the knights slightly different helmets, like actually modeled slightly different helmets, then they could have removed the face from the chest piece.
True. But I'm
Yeah,
just
like
like,
it's just a palette swap. There's still a face of your flame giant fell god on your chest. So I was wondering if there's, but I guess you go from red, which matches the giant's hair, to like white. But I have to point out that the two types of misbegotten are the red-haired and the white-haired.
which is also never explained.
Even Radagon's red hair is supposed to tie him to the giants, which is also never explained.
Well, they do try to explain that he is that here's like it's usually left ambiguous whether or not Radigan and America were two people born as two separate beings or are the same being that can just shapeshift into two beings with two personalities. But but regardless of the fact, it's like it's believed that Radigan is either a descendant of the giants or because of the war and the animosity between the two, the giants cursed Radigan America, and now they have that trait of the giants, which is their red hair.
Oh, well, I'm certain the red hair already was. But as for why or how, and the fact that he was just some lowly dude, then they just decided to make, because he was already a dude. Although that could be like the disguise. You know how
Here's
Mikola has
the thing.
Trina?
This is how I
You
see
know
it.
how
I don't.
Morgott has Margit?
Yes.
And you know how we could literally kill the one Mogan, the other Mogan's there?
Yes.
So maybe Radigan and Marika, maybe Radigan was like Marika's alter ego.
Possibility.
Initially.
But the way I see it is that Radigan and America were technically not were connected, but weren't in a same person in the same body until later.
Yeah. That's
don't.
also a reasonable assumption, because I don't think Marika went out and married Ronaldo before marrying themselves. I think the marriage itself was a political marriage.
Like, yeah, I
Or
believe
something.
Radigan was a separate
It
person
was
when he
the
married
greater
Ronaldo.
will taking back control.
Yeah, and then when Radigan came back, or when all that stuff went down, that's when they fused.
Yeah, Radigan America so-called marriage, I think, was a political marriage, and the marriage of their bodies, or whatever, and so on.
I don't political. No, that's religious marriage. Ever like Ronaldo Radigan was political.
The church used to be the government, so all the same.
True.
I don't mean specifically in that, just in general.
In this world, true. Guess I have to go over there. But yeah, here's the thing. People say how Saint Trina is Mikola's America Radigan offshoot. So does that mean that Mesmer is Melania's version of that?
Oh damn, that's a weird thought.
Because again, there's a connection between them that people have shown, because his pose on his statue is the same pose as the Clean Rod Knight.
Huh.
Why?
I don't know. Gosh, I want to play the game, but I'm just too tired. I should get to sleep so that I have some energy for my birthday.
Plan on doing anything?
No. But other people might wake me up. Celebrate my birthday.
Wild and crazy night on the town. Going and dusting off the old fursuit.
Yep.
Just like how
talking about, man. This fur's all natural.
Inside Celia's tunnel in the eastern parts of Caelid. Okay. They are always making gingers evil for some reason, says Johan. It also makes sense,
right?
They being the same, because America could not become Radigan to spy on her enemies and make an alliance since they weren't friends. Yeah, that's true. Also, a lot of people are pointing out that Mesmer and Melania and Mikola is Melania and Mikola's mother. Yes, that's also very true. That's also something that could be, but we don't know anything about Saint Trina. We don't know how she's connected to this, even though we know she's connected to Mikola. And just because they are related doesn't mean they can't be connected that way.
Mikola and Melania have that blonde hair.
Mikola and Melania has red hair. Mikola has blonde hair. Mesmer has red hair.
Sorry. Marika and
and
Mikola
Mikola.
have the same color hair, even
What the
though
fuck is in
Mikola is born of Renala.
Mikola is born of Marika Radigan.
Wasn't Ron? No, that was Ronnie and Radon. Never mind.
Yeah, Ronnie and Rykard.
Ronnie, Radon, and Rykard. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I got confused. I was confused. I'm like, so, because I know Radon's got the ring. I was confused. I thought that we had just kind of come to the conclusion that Radigan already
Oh wow. That's sad.
America. But I
Oh,
was
you were scary looking dude.
beat somebody up a little too easily.
Yeah. I mean, it is proven that Mesmer is a demigod child of America.
Did they say Child America?
Well, he sits on, well, okay, not 100% child of America, but a demigod nonetheless. But he sits
Yeah,
on the
it
same
stated that.
throne as the other demigods do in Morgoth's throne room. But also, here's another thing.
Renala's
We've
not a
never...
Child America.
Who?
Now the Radigan, but not Child America. Renala. She had a
Renala is not a
throne.
demigod. She just has a great... She just holds a
Sorry,
great room
sorry,
because
not
it was different.
Renala. Not Renala, Ronnie.
Ronnie is a child of Radigan Merrick.
Ronnie is not a child of Radigan.
Technically,
Ronnie is a child of Renala Radigan. See, you're getting caught in the same thing. Something, but
yeah, no, Ronnie is the child of Radigan when he was fused with America at some point. It is believed that all of those children were conceived when they, at the point in time when they were fused.
You think that would mean that they were fused long before their marriage?
I don't know how long between the marriage and the. I know the fusion. I believe they weren't fused all the time.
If Radon was born first, if Radon and Rykard were born first, and Ronnie is the youngest of those three, then it would make sense that maybe that's when the fusion happened, and being a child of America is the requirement for being an Empyrean.
True, but then why is Melania not? What about Morgoth and Godfrey? I mean, Morgoth and Mose.
Bare omens.
Okay, true.
They don't get Melania would be. She would have been the most eligible if not for the fact that she was cursed with rot.
Wait, no, I'm wrong. Melania is Empyrean. She is Empyrean.
Oh, and here's why none of Melania is Empyrean, but here's why none of her all of her children were cursed, because they were born directly of Radigan America, except for Ronnie, who herself would have been fine if she didn't intentionally kill her body. Because
she's still an Empyrean, even without her body.
Because she was born of Radigan America Renala, and not just Radigan America.
Yes.
So she was the one who wasn't cursed. thus making her the most optimal. Because I always thought it weird that she'd go through all that effort, literally kill herself, to not be eligible as an Empyrean when you have at least
Being
two other
eligible as an
siblings.
Empyrean wasn't her issue. Her issue was the fact that the two strangers in the Golden Order kept trying to fuck her over and control her.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Deathroot is a large price to pay to end up in this stuff.
Can't wait to get that fucking Crucible Knight wing spell. And it not be viable.
Oh my goodness. That, it'll just be the wrong type of build, right? Like, if you will finally get to it, it will turn out that, like, it has to be put on the Twitter. It comes on a specific weapon. Oh, you got me. God damn it. They better not make all this new stuff and then make it not viable too. I'll be so mad. Come up with all this new stuff and the only parts of it that'll be usable will be the bleeds. What are you doing right now? Yeah.
Going through every jail and every red spot on the map.
That's it.
Like the title of the video says, scouring the lands between.
Is that what you're titled to your video? Okay.
Yes. Oh. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, demigod, baby making, weirdness of the
I
last
mean,
between
the
once
potential that she is a child of Radigan, Erica, and Ronaldo. It wasn't an incest baby. Or self-cessed baby.
Yeah, I
Therefore,
was
she
about to
wasn't
say.
cursed.
I mean, if anyone was gonna do that, it would have been Melissa and Melania at some point.
Goodness.
Don't act like it's not true.
Don't act like it's not hot.
You know I'm straight.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Yeah. What was it? He really didn't want to lose. Let's see. Oh, he said a lot of stuff about what we're talking about. Let's see. And also, a lot of people point out this. But if Radigan and America are the same, that wouldn't really matter. It would make Ronnie still have a seat on the thrones. True. But Melania wasn't cursed. She always had the power of the rot. Only reason why she was dying is because of her fight with Radon. No, that's not true. Because she's had the rot from birth, yes, but it was always eating away at her. That's why she has so many lost limbs.
She lost her limbs long before her battle with Radon.
And her eyeballs. Yeah. She really didn't want to lose. She unleashed her power, destroying Kaled, Radon, herself included. Yeah. That's another thing. I was just like, wow, you people are so stupid and strong. I was just like...
And strong.
No, if Melania had embraced her Scarlet Rot, she would have won. But if Radon would have stopped holding back the stars and trying to sit on his horse, he would have won.
Sitting on his horse isn't a problem.
It kind of
Holding back the
is.
stars is a problem.
I consider them
Holding back
both
the stars
problems.
is a
One
weakness.
greater than the
Without
other.
the horse,
He
he'd be
just zip
doing the
around
same
with.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. But he uses gravity magic just to sit on his horse. Stop chipping away at your FP bar by doing useless emoting shit, Ron.
It's not emoting shit. He moves at the same speed as the horse. The horse, you could remove the horse's model, and Radon would still essentially have to do the same thing to be worth anything in speed.
But
And
also,
if
he
he's
rotted
got
his
the
feet off.
capability to hold this, huh?
His feet are rotted off.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, exactly.
I don't.
All the more reason that he constantly
Johan
uses
says,
it.
I
If
think
he can
Melania would have
constantly
won.
hold the sword,
The thing here, you think Melania would have won, but the issue with that is that she literally was losing, and the only way she won was because she unleashed the Scarlet Rot, and it was a double KO. Like, that's what happened.
yeah. But, you know, a fully rotted Melania probably would have won.
Would have beaten
At the
a
very least,
suppressed
still
Radon.
would have. No. Would have beaten an unsuppressed Radon.
I don't think a fully rotted Melania would have beaten an unsuppressed Radon.
The rot itself is just unstoppable. The rot itself is the strongest enemy in the game currently. And I think that's a storytelling point to be made. Yes, Radon has been decaying over time, but Melania herself might be decaying over time, but the rot is getting more powerful over time. So just giving
I'm not sure
both of
about
them
that.
their full amount of power, just giving them both their full amount of power. Radon has raw power, so like hold the stars, but when he's holding the stars, he's holding fate back, and she still sure as hell changed his fate that day. He never dropped the stars, even despite losing. And she still changed both of their fate that day.
Did she, though?
So even with him, yeah, because he wasn't rotted until she released that bloom. And she had better control until she released that bloom. That bloom turned all of Kaelid into rot swamp.
Yeah, because she was
Until
suppressing it
that
for so
bloom.
long, and she just went nuclear when she snapped that needle. But also, we don't know what fate was being kept at bay. Like, and Radon wasn't really trying to achieve any specific thing other than hold the stars themselves back, and he does that successfully until we get there.
Whether he just hated the falling star beast that much,
We're gonna
or
destroy his
intentionally
hometown.
halted fate itself. My point being, yeah, I would say he's stronger. Like if we're talking just raw output, a healthy Radon, who is just at his is not holding anything back, versus, you know, Melania with a sword. And this is her sword, she was undefeated. So I still think she would have been, we're kind of talking a strength in build versus a pure dexterity build. Or even a dex fate build. Strength int because he has to have at least stamina to use all that gravity. Strength int versus dex fate. And honestly, she would have been pretty close. She was literally undefeated in the lands between.
I'm not saying
And,
it would have been a one-sided stomp, but I still think
yeah.
Radon would have beaten her with his
Well, I think,
full Star Scourge powers.
yeah. I think if you're talking Star Scourge Radon versus her without Scarlet Rot, like with no Scarlet Rot holding her back whatsoever, she gets both her arms, both her legs, and both her freaking eyeballs. And I think she'll actually put up a good fight, just like
At
she
that
did,
point, I would say it's a
but
draw again.
he would win. You think that's a draw? See, I think he would barely win that. It's like, yes, there's potential for a draw, but like we're talking death battle here where, a single 1% in anybody's favor is who wins.
You
So
say
yeah,
that, but
most of
there
the
have been
time
so many fucking draws in
well,
Death Battle, and I'm not even talking about the comedic ones.
that's true. That's true. But I still think Radon wins based on raw power. Like all the dexterity in the world is great, but if she didn't have the rot, she wouldn't self heal. If she didn't have the rot, she wouldn't. She'd be fast. She'd be flying around. But I think his gravity minus holding back the literal freaking stars, because like that was, you could say, her first loss was her versus Radon, where he's
You
holding
could
back
say, but
things.
it's still, you could say that, but you can still say it's a draw, which is what everybody does.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
in lore, that's what everybody does.
Well, because everybody died.
No, there are several people who survived that battle.
Yeah, like Jaren.
No, well, okay, Jaren. There's the dude who sits in the middle of the Aeonian's swamp bloom, whose side nobody even knows what he's on. There's the knight that brought Melania
The
back.
commander.
Yeah. There's the dude in Castle Soul. He works for Melania.
He works for Melania. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Okay. With his
Commander
weird
Nile. Yeah,
freaking
he works for
prosthetic,
Melania.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think Star Scourge Radon is stronger than a rotless Melania, but I think a fully, like when I say fully rotted, I mean,
The
so
goddess of Rot,
essentially
as Gowry
imagine,
wants her to
yeah,
be.
Goddess of Rot, like third bloom, full bloom, I think takes out a full power Star Scourge Radon, simply because, like, look at the Lake of Rot. Imagine Kaled was essentially going to become the full Lake of Rot, plus the concept of Melania in her final battle, but even stronger, and even more butterfly, and even more health absorption. And all that. And so I think
Uh,
that overpowers Radon's full
Johan makes a good point.
ability.
We are literally fighting all these gods and demigods when they're at their weakest. We have not fought a single person when they're at their strongest. I would say I was gonna counter that by saying
The
Horaloo,
Omens,
but Horaloo is not a god. He's a man.
Horaloo is, yeah, he's pretty well at his best.
But he's
But
not a
he
god.
also
That's a man.
he was the champion, yeah, but he was the champion of the Golden Order.
I know, but I'm just saying he's not a demigod or a god. That's a dude. And look how tough he is. Imagine if we
I'd
had to
say
fight these actual gods.
we're not fighting Melania at her weakest either.
I disagree
Because
with
again,
that.
we fight her as a rot goddess. Okay, Melania, Blade of Nicola might be at her weakest, but Melania Rot Goddess is not.
That's not her strongest either. I'm gonna say that much.
It might not be her strongest, but it is significantly far from
Okay,
her
here's the thing.
weakest.
I'll say this. which it is the
I'd
weakest
say that's
as
even
she can be,
comparable
and
to
it's the
how Radon
weakest.
would have fought it.
It's the weakest as she can be. Stage 2 Rot God form. Stage 3 is
Yes.
they're going by Frieza rules.
Yeah. But why would it be weak at all? Why would it be weak?
Well, for
Why is
one,
it weak?
she still hasn't embraced it. We just again did what Radon did, which is push it to the
So
breaking point.
it's not
Like
stage three.
think about
It's not stage
yeah,
three, but
and
what about it?
think about the difference between Morgott and Moog. Like Moog is out there full using his omen abilities to the fullest extent, and then Morgott is just there fumbling for the first time. Like it's that type of thing.
Yeah, but again, that's stage two versus stage three. She's not weak for a stage two. She's weak because she's not stage three. I don't really think she would have been any more powerful than stage two when fighting Radon, who was holding back, but I'm just
Did
saying.
not hit me with that.
The Morgott was never any stronger than that.
I can't hear you because of the explosion.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I couldn't hear you because of an explosion. What were you saying?
Morgott was never much stronger either.
No, I'm talking about Morgott
And I
compared to Moog.
I don't think Moog was ever any stronger either. Well, yeah, but maybe they're not demigods, but they're not, pushovers either. And neither
Moog and
Morgott nor
Morgott are
Moog
demigods.
have ever. Are they? Well, they've never
Yes.
been stronger. Because we fight twin omens, who I'm pretty sure are supposed to be a young Moog and Morgott. I could be wrong on that. But we fight some twin omens right after beating Morgott. And if you ask me, that would just be a younger, healthier Morgott and Moog, just as omen. Yeah, I don't see them ever being any stronger. I don't think Melania would be any stronger than her rock goddess one in particular. Radon's definitely at his weakest. Renal is at her weakest. Why would Radigan be at a weak point? Why would the Elden be at a weak point?
Because look at his body. It's broken because of what America did, and the Elden Beast is weakened because of the shattering of the Elden Ring.
Okay, that's both understood. But you are kind of assuming that the Elden Ring in its primordial form would be the strongest form of Elden Ring. Taking away runes and shattering the ring and all that weakens it, which makes sense.
Taking
But
away
then the
runes,
primordial
I
form,
don't know. Taking away runes,
I guess
whether or not
maybe you could add.
it weakens the Elden Beast itself, I cannot say. But it being broken weakens it, I can't say.
How do you make a weird noise?
That I'm not sure. Like, I can't say if it makes it weaker or not. Taking runes in and out of it, but I can say that breaking it does make the Elden Beast weak.
I guess so. But yeah, I don't think Melania is any weaker in Rock Goddess form than she has ever been in the rest of her life.
I'm not saying like Melania Rock Goddess is stronger than Melania Blade of Mikla, but Melania Rock Goddess form is not at her peak in that form because of how Melania treats the rock and herself. That is what I'm
I
saying.
suppose she's not at peak yet. Yeah, I agree with that, but I just didn't think that, because you said We fight every demigod at their weakest.
They are, yes, they are still technically at. Who would you say we fight at their peak, other than Horaloo?
I didn't say peak. I
Or
said just not their weakest.
okay, who would you say we don't fight at their weakest?
Melania, Azrock Goddess, she is not her weakest.
That's,
And
we could
both
debate
the
that
Omen,
forever, but
both the Omen
okay.
twins. Morgott
Moog and
is not
Morgoth.
at, yeah, Morgott is probably
Morgoth.
not at his weakest because he
Morgoth
has now been gifted the grace of gold.
Morgoth weakens himself by literally bloodletting himself into that sword.
Yeah, but he also draws the sword.
True,
So,
but I'm just still saying he's not at his. He's probably not in top form because of that.
no, but he made the sword so that he'd have the sword to do hella damage and be strong. Like, the
That's
purpose
also
of the
very. That's
sword
also something I
is
want
to
to like.
make him
What's the
stronger.
point of draining your blood because you're ashamed of being an open yada yada when you're just gonna use it as a weapon in that sword like that?
I don't know.
That's another good point.
Decent question. But, yeah, he's grace given, which should make him more powerful. The
Does
bloodletting was a physical suffering that enabled him to make a powerful weapon. So that should make him more powerful.
I mean, having a
Uh,
powerful weapon doesn't make you that much more powerful. Well, it depends on the weapon. But
and then
I would.
Moog, there's literally no reason that he'd be any weaker than the day he got his blood powers. Like,
Okay, Moog definitely isn't at his weakest. That boss fight
Moog's
proves
not
it.
at his weakest. Margit, I guess it's
It's
debatable.
debatable. He's not in top form or at his peak, but he's probably not at his weakest. Especially if he
Well,
can
we
fight
don't know
as
that
much
he's
as he
not
can.
at his peak, and we don't know that he's not at his weakest.
True. We can't say either way with that.
Yeah. And then Melania, I just think that, once
We
she goes
disagree
Rock
about
Goddess,
that a
she's not at
lot.
her
We're gonna
weakest.
just
Well,
continue to disagree about.
she's not at her strongest, maybe, because she could definitely be stronger by having more rods. And then we have no idea how strong she would have been if she had 2 eyes, 2 arms, and 2 legs. But actually, the last time she had all her limbs intact would have been when she was a child. So I
Yes.
would definitely say Melania's at her strongest right now. Not her strongest potentially, but the strongest she has ever actually been.
Strongest in her life, not her strongest
Yeah.
as she could be.
Yes, but that's a hypothetical. If we're
I
talking
know what you
peak
mean,
of
but
what she
but I'm saying
actually
that's
achieved,
what we are talking about right now.
yeah, yeah. But she is the strongest she has ever been, which is wild because, she fought a Radon who at least wasn't afflicted by Scarlet Rot yet. Means however difficult she was, that's as difficult as Radon could have possibly been. And that's talking like before she goes rot form. Who else do we fight? Who all do we fight?
Okay, here I'm gonna say this because of the context of how we just did with Melania. We don't fight Godfrey at his weakest because he's literally making himself stronger with grafting. If he didn't graft, he'd be weaker
Pretty
normally.
sad.
Yeah.
That's pretty sad.
That has to be said.
Uh, you mean Godric?
God, yeah, Godric.
Godfrey, though. Horaloo.
Yeah,
Is he
he
not a
still has to
demigod?
be. He is not. That's a dude. That is a man.
That's just a
That is
guy.
a human
Well, so
being.
so are we, to be fair. We're like the strongest thing in the lands between by the end of it.
Yeah,
By
but
even
we're the main character. We have special privileges.
you say that, but we are one among the millions of tarnished. It
And
was
yet
a
we're the
numbers
ones
game
given
that led
and yet
us
we're the
to
one given
get
the
there.
special horse. We're the one that literally meets Ronnie.
That's true.
We're the ones that's potentially chosen by Mikla himself.
Yep, all very true.
I still want to know what's up with that. Because I always thought it was weird. Why do we have a horse? Like, I always suspected that Mikla was his previous owner, but I'm just like, and I just thought it was just like, whatever. But I'm just like, now they're making a point to say that. And like, literally in the press release for it, they say Mikla is waiting for his promised lord. Is he talking about us?
Definitely is talking about us, yes. Definitely talking about us. I love my Elden drip. I really wish the Hallowed Tree were less festive so that I could just make it my house. Because I think the prettiest place I've seen so far is Hallowed Tree. Like, yeah, there's no problem with that. But even with the rod, they're the prettiest place is Hallowed Tree. I think it'd be even prettier without the rot, and then that would be my favorite place to live.
I mean,
As
Langdale's
it
alright.
stands, well, yeah, Landale's okay. Farum's okay. You'd struggle to get places. You might fall into the void. But you know.
That building that we see flying, breaking apart in the trailer is Farum.
Oh, like in the past?
Uh-huh. Like, I really hope that's Farum. Zula before it breaks apart. Something. I
That'd be
know
interesting.
this is a place called the Sealed Tunnel. There has to be something else down here.
I think it's more of a, or something, but I think it's a very
There we go.
cool thought, because I like the dragons and whatnot. Damn. Elden Rings has some of the best drips, some of the best weapons, but it's just not a good place to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think like the animes that are like video game isekais or whatever.
Solo
Like,
leveling.
yeah, well, it's like, oh, I don't know about solo. I haven't seen Solo Leveling. You keep referencing it, but I haven't fucking seen it.
Can't say anything about it then.
Yeah, well, there you go. But I don't know, Log Horizon, you know, Maple, Bofurry, that's what it's called. Bofurry, Log Horizon. You know, what's that one? What's that one with the with Rom, the blonde Ren?
Sword Art Online? Oh, no.
No, the blonde Ren. Got a like a bad Demon Lord Retry. That's a good one too. I really like that one. He gets multiple characters in that one. or Overlord. I guess Overlord's a pretty close comparison.
I like Overlord, but I'm just like, I don't know. Like this, I like it, and then
Part
I
of my
don't.
problem, part of my problem is like they're trying to be they're trying to stick with they're morally a bad guy, but then they're trying to push him not being such a bad guy so that he can be at all relatable.
I don't care
But
about
he
him.
still kind of comes across as the entire bad guy.
Yeah, in that world, that's the role. It's like I reincarnated as the demon lord type stick they like to do. My thing about it's just like, there's I don't. I like all. Okay, I like these quirky characters, but I also don't like these fucking characters. Like, I'm just like, these are
But
not.
that's
They
kind of
are not all
that's
that
been my
likable.
issue with the world of Elden Ring. It's like I love these places, but I hate these places. I feel like it's the same thing you're having with the characters. It's like for the most part, you can never perfectly relate to any of them.
I don't want. I don't
They're all
care
fun.
about
They're all fun,
hating.
but you know, you wouldn't want to be around them. You wouldn't want to be them.
Oh,
So
I didn't even see
it,
that
it
shit. I
then,
would have been fucked if I
then
dropped down there.
hit a wall on how much you can absolutely favor them when you know you don't relate and you don't really feel like they would relate.
Like, have you seen the whole shit with the Yandere princess in Overlord?
I've seen like 3 seasons or whatever. Yandere Princess. Oh yes, sorry, yes. I haven't gotten particularly far with it, but yeah, they really didn't to like ruin commands like that. I've only gotten so far in that. Like I know she's a yandere or whatever, but
It's like,
I don't know.
Jesus Christ, tone it down for the love of God. I don't even think
Yeah,
Future Diaries got it that bad. Holy shit.
yeah. You know what that reminds me of? Have you ever seen the guy is reborn as like a white-haired assassin,
No.
and there's this like super innocent princess in it or whatever. She's like his first best friend or whatever. And you get like the whole fucking 2 season of anime or whatever before they reveal that like and she's like the one person who's like actually deeply on his side. Every other character is like, yeah, you know, they'll be on his side or whatever. But then she's like entirely on his side. And it's almost given me like she hasn't done a thing yet. She's just like I think she's just worried about, you know, her people first or whatever. But but it was actually an interesting reveal that she was, you know, she has
Evil.
ulterior motive or whatever. She hasn't done anything bad yet, but you know, she has this sketchy aura about her that they show off, in that she's not like so worried about him as she pretends to be. She's not as in love with him as she pretends to be or whatever. And then it like it drops it in your lap in such a way that I'm like nervous they're gonna frickin' Tower of Fantasy him or whatever. What is that anime? Tower of God or something? They're gonna Tower of God him or something.
That I haven't seen.
You haven't seen Tower of God?
Oh.
Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. It's
I
fucking
think
terrible. It's so good.
it's on the list. It's actually closer on the list than other stuff.
Something about Overlord that I didn't like the adventurers made it all the way in or whatever to like the deepest depths. And
Oh,
then
you
even
mean
the
like
good
when he
one,
murders them?
yeah, even the good one, and he just like kills her or whatever. And like he sends them off to be like tortured and stuff too.
I
And I'm like,
mean,
these aren't bad guys. They literally came here thinking this was just your average dungeon. So like I get it, maybe they killed a few of
put
the
up a fucking
insect
warning
goons
sign next
along
time.
the way. Exactly.
Or
And
how about this?
he murders them in cold freaking blood like
Also
he
another
isn't
thing,
just
my guy.
a bad guy.
It's just like it's that whole like stick that he has. It's just like, like death is a blessing, blah 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 blah. Playing his character and and whatnot.
Playing
But I'm
as
just
his
like,
character.
and like his
Okay.
whole thing is that he's afraid that the NPCs that are now real people with him are gonna figure out something's up and turn on him because he doesn't think he could beat them all at once, or he doesn't want to because they're his only friends.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it. Playing the character, kind of does. Also, he's not necessarily playing the character because he actually has suppressed emotions, and he actually doesn't feel as much for human death anymore.
Yeah,
But
because of
yeah,
the
he's
him being
so-called.
an inhuman lich and that affecting. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know that part. But I'm
yeah.
just like,
But like, he's all, oh, I don't care about death. I don't care if I'm the bad guy. But at the same time,
lies.
oh, we're gonna play the good guy this time. We were the bad guy last time. Guys. We're gonna play the good guys this time. And like that's all it took to convince them. And like
The thing
on
about it
top
is
of
that
which, you just
he's
don't elaborate further.
because he's like, here's the thing, every NPC has to play by the world's rules except him, because he's not an NPC. Everyone in that world is literally an NPC that are subjective to the rules of that world, while him not being an NPC isn't. That's why people who try to
Yeah.
like see his future or read his mind can't, because he's not one of them. He's something else. And that also plays into the whole stick that he has with his dungeon cult, because he's the supreme being. He's untouchable, which he kind of is by the very fact that I'm dead. That he's human, or a real human and not an NPC. And like he's not, and
Except,
also, yeah, and other
except he's
characters.
definitely not a human. You know what I mean?
You
Like
no,
at
you
this
know what
point, he
yeah,
he
he's the
is
Lich
his
King.
character. So he's not even a real human.
I'm talking about human in the sense of he's from the real world and has been transferred into a video game reality.
Yeah, that's why they that makes enough sense. It's not a specific magic power he happens to have, but the fact that he is innately different.
Yes. But also, I'm just like, it's also like either, that's another thing, either commit to being the bad guy in this world or don't. I fucked up in the same place. Either commit to being the bad guy of this world or don't.
I agree, but that's what I'm saying is when he killed, especially just the last adventurer, and it's like, so gratuitous violence, cool, but we're gonna play the good guy. For what reason then? Like, why play the good guy at all if you don't mind being the bad guy?
Why play the good guy at all if you're not gonna rear in the crazier people of your monster party? Like, you literally lead a band of murderous psychopaths. Not gonna lie.
It's
That's
like for the most
no
part.
sugarcoating it.
For the most part, he walks that line pretty dang well. And the being bad thing is convenient in a lot of ways and kind of cool in a lot of other ways that I do not mind. Without, even without completely dedicating yourself to the evil path. But, like, if it's all a ruse, then, like, give deeper meaning to the ruse or something. Whereas if you're going to play it like it's slimy Kai, but that you're kind of pretending to be the bad guy in slimy Kai, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, oh,
Yeah.
you have to protect these humans or whatever. But then at the
Protect these
same
humans
time,
because they're the ones that bow down to me. This is like, alright, that's not making you the good guy here, asshole.
oh, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. But it's that he's like protect these characters, protect the main cast of good guys. But then instead of trying to be morally gray about it, it was really just the fact that it became gratuitous violence when he even killed the last girl. Because you could have like sent her
That
home with a
that
message.
shit was not necessary. It really
And
wasn't.
the whole torture thing, the fact that they even had the character who was like the torturer and had his tools that were like the kidney stones or whatever. I'm like, who needed that? Who really needed that? You know what I mean? Like seeing people get eaten, saying people got tortured, and then you send the one home, and nobody's ever gonna make that mistake again. But now you just abducted the entire party, and I don't know. It's just slow death, slow death, slow death, quick death, or whatever. It didn't. It just felt like like he was evil. It flat out, no holds barred. It wasn't exactly the sort of I expected him to make. And I guess expectations subverted, but subverted from what felt like his character to be what felt like they thought they could do at the time or something. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Like, evil for evil's sake. Look how evil he is. But, I feel like we got
You
that at a
bitch.
glimpse of his face. And that you could move on to the part where he's no longer. It's like that was kind of a plot point is that they're trying something different. They're trying to blend in, trying to fit what and he might rule it all by the end, but he's ruling it, not just killing people who happen to piss him off. Like she really didn't think it. That's what got me. They walk into the place, right? You're like, how dare you not knock? Did you just like torture them to death? I don't know. Like you said, put a sign on the door. Have you tried locking it? Like, lets them walk in. Gives them a nice slow level grind all the way to the end. And then immediately murders them for showing up. Like, what?
Yeah, you're not being evil, you're just being an asshole.
Yeah, right? It's kind of a dick move. Like, if your ally had walked in, could you have killed them? Really? Well, even on like, For Eva's sake, she sacrificed the boss so that she may grow in the power of blood, grit, stone.
It's like, also, here's another thing. I don't see where the plot is going. Like,
For
what's the point?
Overworld?
What is the point now?
Overworld.
Yeah, what's the point? I don't see this
Uh,
going anywhere anymore. What the fuck?
What?
No, me fucking up yet again.
Yeah. Why do you fight it? That's what
I'm not trying to fight. I'm trying to parkour.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see the point in the plot anymore. Like, what are you trying to accomplish, Ainz Algoon? What are you doing here now? It's just like with Shield Hero, it's just like, as poorly paced as season 3 is, I know what they're doing. I know what they're trying to achieve here. What are you trying to achieve by just being a world-conquering shit?
I definitely watch Mouse. I might retry if I were a Demon Lord retry.
You should watch Level 1 Demon Lord and the 1 Rune Hero. Oh, if we're also recommending shit, there's this new manga that's just getting turned into the anime. Have you watched The Boys? Johan and Yuki. Have you watched the Boys?
Yep.
Okay, it's The Boys, but instead of DC and Marvel superheroes, it's Power Rangers.
Ooh.
It's real freaking good.
That's interesting. I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay, but like, yeah, it's called Reject Ranger or Go-Go Loser Ranger. It's like pretty much one of the faceless minions of the evil side decide, fuck this, I'm tired of I survived. I'm tired of the nonsensical plans and bullshit. I'm just gonna take care of this myself, and he goes rogue. And it turns out like the Power Ranger team is pretty much the boys with all their own vault level hidden secrets, and the Red Ranger is just pretty much a Homelander level murderer. Like, his second in command, he fucked up so bad, and his second in command said maybe it's time for you to step down, and he murders him and gets a new second in command, and he accidentally trips over and spills the tea he was supposed to bring him, and he kills that dude too. Like, it's so crazy.
Damn, I have to watch that.
It's currently a manga, so there's that.
Oh.
Well, actually, it's coming out as an anime, but you know, bit by bit. Oh shit.
Well, I hope they bring a little boss. I love Has-Been. I love the new Seraphim.
You love Has-Been Hotel? Is that what I heard?
Oh, well, I love Seraphim.
Oh,
It's
Seraphim.
Emily the Seraphim. Emily, the little one.
I like Sarah well enough, because at first I thought she was just because at first I thought she was just being a dick for no reason to people in hell. But it turns out, after watching it, no, she's actually scared of something. And like, she literally didn't want to do it. Like, they try to make it look like, oh no, she's crazy with that whole scene with her looking into the fire. But no, she's actually there's something she's scared of. And she really didn't want to do that.
Probably whatever's pulling Alistair's strings.
Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna let you go, birthday boy.
So, feel free to hit me up tomorrow if you're still Elden ringing.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, tomorrow it doesn't have to be the morning either.
Oh, this is
We can game
Rykart's
again
house.
tomorrow night.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
is it?
Yeah, the one I'm currently at. It says the person says seek snake. That has to be going to beat Rykart because each tower goes to each demigod. Activate his great rune.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
all right, I'll catch you on the
Wait.
flip
So
side. Yeah.
does that does that help you get to Rykard?
No,
Do you
when
know
we
how to
kill
get to
Rykart,
Rykard? Holy
no,
crap!
I do know how to get to Rykart, but when we
I
kill
can't
Rykart and
believe we
get his
haven't killed
great
him yet.
rune, we go here to activate it to use it.
Uh,
It says the message on the ground says seek snake, and I knew you need to do these for great runes, and the only snake great rune holder we got is him. Well, if it's Morgoth mode, let me know. Regardless. Well, we did kill Moog. Well, actually, how? It can't be. We've killed both of them on this character. Moog is dead, Morgoth is dead. So how is it Morgoth and Moog? Well, there's two of you? thought so. Hello, Dream Master. How's it going? There's a Grace where? The hills and the bottom. Yeah. Her again. God damn it. Mm. Oh, come on. No Skyrim horsing in this game, I guess. Well, I already knew that, but still, it was not that big of a fall. In fact, it was broken several times. look for it when I'm out of here. This is what I came for anyway. Didn't ask, plus my content is better. Well, thank you. All right. Well, sorry about that. But anyway, I'm probably gonna call it just like you did. Been a good long while. Johan, if you're still here, it's been a pleasure as always having you here. Listen to me and Yuki ramble on about Soulsborne content and just all in all, just trying to have a good time playing the game. But anyway, oh, that's right. I just looked through chat again, and we were deep in that lore conversation. Forgot to tell you, I'll just message him, and that'll be what we'll talk about next time. Getting you a link to his Discord. Cool. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. But anyway, I'll be seeing you. Till next time.